So today we are going to cover these topics. First, we'll start with Hibernate. In Hibernate, we'll cover one-to-one mapping, many-to-one mapping, and many-to-many mapping. Then we'll cover AOP, Spring. After Hibernate, let's cover Spring Security, then cover Spring Cloud, and in the end, AOP. So let's start with Hibernate. So in Hibernate, first we'll start with Spring Boot Hibernate one-to-one mapping. So it starts with the hands-on. So let me quickly clone the first project which is needed, which is this one. So this is the one which is shared with you on GitHub. So first I'll provide you walkthrough of the provided Spring Boot project, code walkthrough and functionality walkthrough. So this is this structure, you're familiar with the structure right now, right? Like some main directory, resource directory, POM file. We'll start by understanding the POM file. The Spring Boot version that we are using is 2.5.6. Dependencies that I've added to this project is actuator, which I'm not really using here. JPA, web. I think I just opened the wrong POM file. Give me a moment. This is the one, sorry, Spring Boot Hibernate 1-to-1. This is the POM file of the Hibernate project. The Spring Boot version that we are using here is 2.5.6. And the dependencies that we have added is JPA, DevTools, H2, Lombok, and test dependency. We are not really using the test dependency. I'm just removing the Lombok once because I have already added it. I mistakenly added it twice. Then we have the web dependency to get the embedded Tomcat server. So these are the dependencies. The main dependency that you're going to learn today is about JPA and with H2, like how you can perform CRUD operations from a bit on your database entities, which have relations between them. Like for example, right now you're learning one-to-one. So let me see which relations I've used here. So it's student and passport. So one student can have one passport and one passport can be associated with one student. So you're going to learn how you can establish relationship between two entities by using Hibernate. So we don't need to separately add the Hibernate dependency because JPA is a specification and Hibernate is its default concrete implementation. That means Hibernate comes along with it. So if you go inside the effective POM of JPA, and if you search for Hibernate, you'll see that Hibernate dependency is coming along with the JPA dependency. So we don't need to separately add it. It's part of JPA. Now, these are the two entity classes that we have here. This is passport. Let me comment out everything. In passport, we have ID and we have passport number. So get familiar with the fields we have for passport because we're going to establish relationship between passport and student. In student, we have ID, name, and let's comment these things out. Yeah. So we have ID and name in student, and we have a constructor to set the name while creating the student class, student object, and and we have a toString method. I'll tell you why I created a separate toString method and then go with this one. So first I'll keep this one so that I get the error and I show you like why we need to write a custom toString method to avoid the error. Right now we don't have passport, so let's comment this out also. Let's fix the errors. All right. So we are ready. So we have passport in which we have ID and number. We have student in which we have ID and name. And the database that we are using is H2 database. So here we have configured the H2 database. I purposely not set any password because for this course, for Hibernate 1-to-1 course, I'll have to multiple times I'll have to log into the H2 to demonstrate like how the tables are created when you establish relationship, which columns are added where. And this property we have to add from the latest versions of Spring Boot in order to execute this data.sql on application start. In the prior versions, I didn't had to add this property, but now I have to add this property. Spring.jpa.defer data source initialization to true. If I don't add this property, this data.sql file doesn't get executed on application start. So that is why I have to add this property. Let me comment this out because I've not established any relationship so far. And this is like DDL auto. This doesn't matter because we're using H2, so everything gets deleted on application start. And this JPA show SQL true means whatever queries get created when we use Hibernate will be shown in the console. I'll come to this, like I'll set to false, then I'll set to true and show you like what exactly it means. And this is just the JPA database platform dialect. This is not really needed, but I've added it here. This is not needed for Hibernate, but if you're going to use, this is not needed for H2, but if you're going to use Postgres or MySQL or any other database, you'll need to provide this value. Okay, let's quickly start this application. And here in the main class, you can see like I've auto-wired the entity manager because yesterday you have learned about JPA methods, but those JPA methods does something internally, right? So they use the entity manager methods to actually query the database. Internally, those JPA methods are using the entity manager. So here we have directly used the entity manager. All right. Our Spring Boot application has started. It's running on port 8080. Okay, let's log into this database. Let's copy the credentials from here. So you can see that we have successfully logged into the database. We have passport table, we have student table. In passport table, we have ID column, number column. In student table, we have ID column and name column. Inside this passport, currently we don't have any data. Inside student also, we don't have any data. So an application start, if you want to load certain data, what you can do is, you can, for example, if you want to load data into student, you can put your insert queries here, insert into student, ID name, values 1, Sam, insert into student, ID name, values 2, Hiran. Now here, if you refresh, since DevTools restarted the application for us, now student will have data. So now you can see student has data on application start. So you don't need to reinsert data every time if you use data.sql, the script. Okay, so this is about the code walkthrough and functionality walkthrough. So we have two tables and this is the structure of the code, simple structure. So any doubts so far, like how this data.sql gets executed and when it gets executed, or is everyone clear? Like what happens in this application? If everyone is clear, you can write clear in the chat. I'll proceed with the next hands-on. So this was the code walkthrough and functionality walkthrough. Okay. So see, this is a data.sql file. What happens is like when we start this Spring Boot application, it executes all the queries which are inside this data.sql file. Now you must be wondering when I had this commented, why I didn't uncomment this one, right? Because this data.sql file cannot be empty. If you keep it empty, your application start will fail. So this file, if you're creating this file in your resource directory, you cannot keep this file empty. It needs to have certain query. So what I tricked it was I used a select query here. I just wrote a select query here purposely. Now on application start, it basically executes these two queries and insert two students into the student table. So I just wanted to show you like how you can insert data, pre-insert data before starting your application, or you can insert data while starting your application, so that after starting your application, you don't need to manually insert the data. Is it clear now? All right, let's move to the next one. All right. So as part of this hands-on, we are going to make passport the owning side of the relationship. Currently, we have how many entities? We have passport entity and student entity. So between passport and student, we know that between passport and student, what kind of a relationship can be established? One-to-one, because one student can have one passport can be associated with one student. So we are going to make passport the owning side of the relationship. I'll come to this word, what it means by owning side. Owning side means passport table will have student ID in it, but student table will not have passport ID in it. If passport table has student ID in it, then passport is the owning side of the relationship. Guys, I would like you to make a note of these key rules that I'm explaining you right now. Like when I say owning side table or owning side entity is the one whose table has foreign key in it, or we can say who has the other side relationship primary key in it. For example, passport will have student ID in it, like student ID as a foreign key in it. So is it clear, like what is the meaning of owning side? If you have two entities, passport and student, so if passport has student ID in it, that means passport is the owning side of the relationship. Student will not have the passport ID. This is unidirectional relationship. Is it clear, this part? All right, I'll proceed. So in as part of this hands-on, you're going to learn how to use @1-to-1 mapping annotation in passport class, use data.sql script to insert some records, then fetch student out of passport. So we're going to insert some students and passports. After creating the relationship between passport and student, we're going to fetch student out of passport. I'm going to demonstrate the default fetch type for 1-to-1 mapping is eager. So one thing you can remember is anything that is too one is always eager. Anything that is too many is always lazy. You can write down as a rule like asterisk to one is always eager. Anything that is too one is always eager. Anything that is too many is always lazy. This is for default fetch type. You can remember it like this, and Hibernate will remain at your fingertips. Just remember these rules. I just explained you two rules. The rule of owning side of relationship, the rule of default fetch type. Next is you're going to learn the use of @transactional annotation and when it is needed. So this is not really needed for this one, because when you have eager fetch type, you don't need @transactional annotation. You need @transactional annotation when there is lazy fetching. Okay, so Madhav has this question, what is eager and lazy? So basically, Madhav, when you insert student data and passport data into the database, okay, so and you have created relationship between passport and student. So let's say passport is the owning side of the relationship. So passport will have let's say student ID column over here, one additional student ID column, and you're trying to fetch student out of passport. That means first you have fetched passport details. So when you fetch the passport details, along with that, you'll also get the student details. You'll not just get student ID in the Hibernate, in the application code, you'll also get the student details. That is because the fetch type for 1-to-1 mapping is eager. That means when you fetch passport, it also fetch the associated student with it, or we can say associated student with it, because it's 1-to-1. So when you fetch the passport, it will also fetch the student that is associated with that passport. That is the meaning of eager fetch. Lazy means if you manually change the default fetch type by adding some annotation, like you just mentioned, the default fetch type will now be lazy. Then in that case, when you fetch the passport details, it will only fetch the passport details. It will not fetch the associated student detail. That is the meaning of eager and lazy. Is it clear now? Guys, the meaning of eager and lazy. Lazy fetching. This is about fetching details from database. Yes, eager will take more time because it's also fetching the associated entity with it, right? Like if you're fetching passport, it will also fetch the associated student with it by default, because the kind of relationship between passport and student is one-to-one. Divya, it will become more clear as we start with the hands-on. Guys, it will become more clear when we start with the hands-on. Like, I'm just giving you what you're going to learn. When we'll start with the practicals, you'll understand. Don't worry. Okay. Just hang around till then. Okay, I'll quickly read this and explain all of this by hands-on. Okay, next is you're going to learn you're going to understand the meaning of unidirectional relationship. So what is a unidirectional relationship? So right now what we are going to establish between passport and student will be unidirectional relationship. And you're going to understand the terms such as owning and non-owning side of relationship. So let's get started. Very first, we are going to use one-to-one mapping in passport class. So let's use open the passport class. And how we establish relationship between passport and student is we add this one-to-one mapping and we write here private student. This way what we do is we make passport the owning side of relationship and we make student as the non-owning side of relationship. As you can see, we don't have any mapping annotations in student, but we have a mapping annotation, one-to-one mapping annotation in passport. So passport has become the owning side of the relationship. So passport will have the student ID in it. Now, if you go here, refresh, login. If you expand this, you'll see passport has the student ID, but student doesn't has the passport ID. So that is why passport is the owning side of the relationship and student is the non-owning side of the relationship. Guys, is it more clear now? Like Divya, have you understood like owning side, non-owning side, and how you can establish? And since passport only has the student ID and student doesn't has the passport ID, so the kind of relationship here is unidirectional relationship. So that means if you fetch the passport details in JPA or in like in your application code, you can fetch the student details out of passport, but not the vice versa. That means if you fetch the student details, you don't have the passport ID here. So you cannot really fetch the passport associated with that student because student is not the owning side of this relationship. And this kind of a relationship in which you can only fetch one details, in which you can only fetch one details out of the other, but not the other details out of the first one, is called as unidirectional relationship. Guys, are you getting hang of it? Like, I know it's a complex one. That's why I took Hibernate first, because you're fresh right now. So is it clear what it means? At least the owning side, non-owning side is clear. Don't worry about the unidirectional. You'll understand it as we proceed. We have just got started right now. All right. Next is we're going to use data.sql to insert some records. So we have these two tables. We have the passport table with ID, number, student ID column. We have student table with ID and name column. Let's insert some records here. So we have inserted the passport. Okay, let's make, okay, passport is the owning side. So passport is the owning side. Yeah, so first we are inserting student details. Since passport is the owning side, passport will have the student ID. That means we need the student ID first in the database. So first we are inserting a student. So we have inserted these two students. Now we'll insert the passport because we needed first is we first needed the student ID. So we cannot insert the passport without having the student ID. So first we inserted the students. Now we are inserting the passport. And here you can see we have inserted two passports, passport with ID 1 and passport number is IND 100 and student ID is 1. That means Sam has this passport number, Hiran has this passport number. Next is we are going to fetch student out of passport. Okay, we're going to fetch student out of passport. Now that we have inserted some data, let me just show you, we have inserted this data. So in passport, you can see I have this data. So in student, I have this data, Sam and Hiran. So Sam has this passport number, Hiran has this passport number. Now in my application code, passport is the owning side of the relationship. So I'm going to uncomment this part. And here you can see I've auto-wired the entity manager and using the entity manager find method. and telling it that find me the passport with ID 1. So it will find me the passport with ID 1, which is IND 100, and the student is Sam. So if we check here, it will print the passport details. And if you'll see, like in the logs here, along with passport details, you see this, along with passport details, it has also fetched me the student details. You see this, this is the eager fetch. Here is the eager fetch. So by default, the fetch type here is eager. So we have not changed the fetch type by adding this right now. So by default, the fetch type is eager between student and passport. That is why when I fetch the passport details over here using entity manager, it also fetched me the associated student details from it. And then I've just simply got the student details out of the passport. But while fetching the passport only, it fetched me the student details also. So this is the tricky part. Is it clear? Okay. What about others, guys? Are you getting it? Are you able to follow along? Madhav, if you try to insert a student ID which does not exist, it will break. It will not allow you, I think, because we have established relationship. Let me try it out. You have a valid point actually. Let's say trying to insert student with ID 5. I think application start will only break. And see, it's breaking. Hibernate has these validations. Referential integrity, constant violation. Public foreign key student ID references this. So it's telling you that there is some problem here. You see? So you cannot insert a non-existing one. Venkat, we can cover more edge cases if you want, but Hibernate is a robust one. So generally all the edge cases will also pass. All right, so this we have fixed. We have changed here. Next is, okay, understanding the use. This will keep for later because at the rate transaction annotation, as I told you, is needed if the default fetch type is lazy. Reason being, right now in one, so right now when this line executes, it is a data, it's performing a database transaction, right? It is connecting to the database, getting the passport and its associated student details in one go. So it's a one database operation. But what happens is like, if you have, if this won't be eager fetch, if it would be lazy fetch, in that case, what will happen? Let me comment this out and keep so that we get the lazy initialization exception later. So what happens if this won't be eager fetch is basically when I'm fetching the passport, it will only fetch the passport details. And when I'm trying to, do this passport.get student, that time it will actually try to connect with the database and fetch me the associated student details. And if I have not written here at the rate transactional, then this line would give lazy initialization exception. Reason being, the database transactions are established only on this line. This is just a Java code. So they have made it like that. Like if you try to call it from here, it won't be able to create a, what we say, connection with the database. It will say there is no session with the database because the session is opened only on this line. If you want to keep the database session opened when this line is executed until this entire method is executed till here, in that case, you need to add at the rate transactional annotation. So that's the purpose of having it. I'll explain you better when to use it and why to use it. But more importantly, you should remember is when to use it than to why to use it. Like why to use it also, I'll try to make you understand. But specifically, I'll show you like which exception you get, what thing you add, you get rid of that exception. Okay. Understanding the meaning of unidirectional relationship. Currently, if you see, we can fetch a student out of passport, but can we fetch student first and passport out of student with what code we have written right now? What do you think? Passport has the student ID. That is why here in the code, if you'll see, we have written student and above that 1 to 1. But in student, we have not written anything like that. Correct, Madhav. So we cannot fetch. So this kind of a relationship in which you can fetch only one details out of the other is called as unidirectional relationship. But right now we cannot fetch passport out of student. That is why it's only unidirectional. If it would be possible to fetch student out of passport, passport out of student, then that kind of a relationship is called as bidirectional relationship. 1 minute, guys, my screen got off. All right, back. Okay, understanding the terms such as owning side and non-owning side of relationship. Can you tell me right now, looking at this, which is the owning side and which is the non-owning side of relationship? Answers in the chat. What about others? Correct. Correct. So I think majority of you have understood. So whichever has the foreign key in it is the owning side of the relationship between the two entities or two tables. Okay. So I think the first hands-on is very clear. So this was your base foundation hands-on. Depending upon how clear this is, you'll learn much faster rest of the content. So let's get started with the next hands-on. Now we are going to change relationship. We are going to make student the owning side of relationship. So right now in our code, passport is the owning side of relationship. Now we are going to revert this relationship. We're going to make student as the owning side and passport as the non-owning side. So can you tell me the changes that I'll have to do? Anyone can unmute and try to attempt to tell me the changes. So this way I'll also understand like how clear were you with the first hands-on that you are able to tell me the instructions for the next hands-on, like what needs to be done. I want to make student the owning side and passport as the non-owning side of relationship. Let me try to bring it here.
We need to take out one-to-one mapping on the passport, and we need to keep one-to-one mapping in student.
Perfect. In data.sql, do you think any changes needed?
Yeah, that the student underscore ID comes passport underscore ID student.
Correct. So I've already written the queries here, the same what you mentioned. So now in student table, we'll have passport ID. And so we'll first need to insert passport, then we can insert student. Now here also, since we don't have student, like we don't have student ID in passport, we have passport ID in student. So we need to uncomment this. So as you can see here, we have performed this hands-on, and you can see like we are first fetching the student details, and when we are fetching the student details, that time only it is also fetching the passport details. And I have not used the @transaction annotation because the default fetch type for one-to-one mapping is eager. So anything that is to one is eager. So since it is eager, I don't need @transaction annotation. And while fetching student, I also fetch the passport details, and then I'm simply printing the passport details. And this is it. This is this hands-on. This is done. Right now, which is the owning and non-owning side of relationship? Looking at this, tell me quickly. Now, if we go into the database, who will have the foreign key in it? Passport or student? Who will have foreign key? Perfect. Student will have passport ID. That means everyone is clear on this. Now, understanding the eager fetch and lazy fetch. So we are going to understand. So I think you have already understood. By default, anything that is 2, 1 is eager. And we're going to change the default fetch type now from the default fetch type, which is eager, to lazy. So we are going to make it lazy fetching. And then we'll get a lazy initialization exception saying there is no session. So we'll get rid of that exception by using @transactional annotation. So right now, here you can see like student is the owning side of relationship. So by default, the default fetch type is eager. I want to make it lazy. So by adding this fetch attribute equal to fetch type lazy, I'm making the default fetch type as lazy. So right now, the default fetch type between student and passport has become lazy, and student is the owning side of the relationship. Now here, if you'll see, what we are doing is we are first trying to fetch the student, and out of student we are trying to get the passport details. So since the fetch type is lazy, when I'm fetching the student, will it fetch the passport details? What do you think? When I'm fetching the student, I've changed the fetch type. No, correct. So it will not fetch the passport details when it is fetching the student details. It will only fetch the student ID and name. It will not fetch the passport detail. It will fetch the passport details when I do this dot get passport. That time it will try. But since the default fetch type is lazy, that means this line has executed, database transaction has been performed, and the only details it fetched me from database was ID and name, and it has closed the session after that. So it has not given me the passport detail associated with student. That is why when I use this get method, it breaks. It tells me lazy initialization exception, no session. So there is no session with the database. I'm not able to fetch the associated passport details. So if you want to keep the session open throughout this run method, you need to add @transactional annotation, and then the session will remain open throughout this method. Now it will fix the error. See, now it's able to get the student details, and out of the student details, it's also able to get the passport details. Now this thing that you see here, this passport details, it is actually fetching because of the toString method we have in passport. 1 minute. Sorry, this toString method that we have in student. So that is why I wrote my custom toString method here, because we have used @data, which is combination of @toString equals hash code and other annotations. Because of this toString you cannot exclude any particular field, sadly, in Lombok. So it's a all field toString. So I didn't want it to include this passport, because you see, like if I make it, then it also, removes the purpose of having lazy fetching if you write a toString, because when you write here passport, it will get you the passport details also because of the toString, like when you'll try to print it. So it will defy the purpose of having lazy fetching. That is why you'll have to write your custom toString like this, in which you don't print the passport details. In this way, when you are fetching the student and you're printing the student, this by default uses the toString to print it, so it will not fetch the passport details then. But when you try to get the passport details out of student, that time it will fetch the passport details from the database. That time it will connect with database and get you the details, and not at this point. Okay, so is this clear? Okay. All right. So if I ask you, when do you need to use @transaction annotation? What is the purpose of using @transaction annotation? What will be your answer? Okay, so you use @transaction annotation to keep the session open throughout a method, so that you can perform multiple transactions to your database, or you can have multiple database transactions, or you can say to keep the session open so that you can perform transactions with the database. Otherwise, by default, the session closes after one particular entity manager line execution.
And also to avoid the exception.
Correct. And also to avoid the exception. And when will you get that exception? When you have which kind of fetching?
lazy fetching.
Correct. So whenever you see that lazy initialization exception, you need just understand you need to add the transaction, keep the session open and get rid of that exception. And you'll get that exception only when you have lazy fetching. With the eager fetching, you will not face that issue. And also with the toString, yes, you have understood the problem with toString, right? So because of toString, it was also defining the purpose of having lazy fetching, because here it was saying passport, so it was fetching me the passport details or trying to fetch me the passport details. But actually I wanted was on this line. Okay, so this toString issue, you have seen the fix already. Now we are going to implement bidirectional relationship. And we are going to make student the owning side of relationship. So when I say bidirectional relationship, what does that mean? Can you fetch like a student passport out of student and student out of passport also when I say bidirectional, or you can only fetch one thing out of the other? Both, right? Yes, so it will be both ways. And in both ways also, we have to make one entity as the owning side of the relationship, but that doesn't mean you can fetch the other out of this one. It's just like we have to mark one as the owning side of the relationship to have good database design. By good database design, I mean only one table should have the other foreign key. Because if passport also has the if student also has the passport ID, you can imagine how the inserts will look like. We'll have to insert student ID is null here, then you'll have to insert a student with this passport ID, then come back here, update the student ID and insert that student. So it will not be a good database design. That is why we have to mark one of the entity as owning side of relationship, even in bidirectional relationship. All right, so let's implement bidirectional relationship between student and passport. Okay, in order to implement bidirectional relationship between the two entities, what I have done is I've added this one-to-one mapping annotation in both of them. So I have this mapping annotation here also, and I have this mapping annotation here also. Now, in order to make student as the owning side of this relationship, I have used this mapped by in the passport table, or I mean in the passport class. So this way I've made passport as the non-owning side of the relationship. So in order to mark one entity as the non-owning side of relationship in a bidirectional relationship that you're trying to establish, you need to add this mapped by attribute in the non-owning side of the relationship. And this passport, I've just simply copied this and pasted it here. It should be exactly the same. You cannot write some pass or something else here. This should be exactly this, the reference name over here. Is it clear, like how this code mapping is done to establish Hibernate mapping? Okay, it will become more clear, don't worry. Since we have made student as the owning side of this bidirectional relationship by adding this mapped by in the non-owning side of the relationship, which is passport. So this means that student will have the passport ID, but passport will not have the student ID. Correct. So wherever you use this mapped by will become the non-owning side of your bidirectional relationship. So remember this rule, you use the mapped by attribute when you have bidirectional relationship to make one entity as the owning side and other entity as the non-owning side. And you add the mapped by attribute in the non-owning side of the relationship, or to mark a relationship as a non-owning side of a bidirectional relationship. Okay, so we have added this. Let's refresh this so that we can see it in action. Now that we have made student as the owning side of relationship, so we have the passport ID here. And since we have used mapped by to mark passport as the non-owning side of this bidirectional relationship that we've established, so we don't have the student ID in passport. I think this will become more clear, don't worry. Now, since we have bidirectional relationship, we can fetch anything out of anything. That means we can also fetch student out of passport. Let me check here when, yeah, when student is the owning side, correct. So right now we can fetch anything out of anything. So you can see the code is working fine. I'm able to fetch student first, and out of student, I'm able to fetch passport for student. And in passport, I'm able to fetch passport first, and then student of that passport. So this is how it works. And let me show you the other things that we have. So if you mark this true, you'll see all the queries which gets created, which are querying the database and giving you all these things. So you can see these queries are getting created here. Select queries. Now, if you want to see these queries in a more readable format, since it's in one line, not much readable, you can add this property Spring JPA properties Hibernate format SQL. Now you'll see the queries in a readable format. So these are the kind of JPQL queries which gets created in the background. So since I didn't wanted to have too many logs so that I can explain you Hibernate and not focus on JPQL here. So that is why I've disabled it. But I wanted to give you these properties because if you face any issues, you can debug it by enabling it and viewing your queries, how it's getting created and why it's breaking. If it's any, very complex relationship you have in your Office application like here. All right. So Madhav has this question. Does both fetch type need to be lazy in order for bidirectional to work? Okay, good question. I'm not sure. Let me try this out. So let's say I remove this from here. So passport is the non-owning side of the relationship now. Passport is the non-owning side and it will have eager fetching. It will work. Yeah, it is working. So if passport is the non-owning side, student is the owning side, and passport is having eager fetch to student. That means when I'm fetching the passport details, along with that, it will also fetch me the student details. It is not breaking. When I'm fetching the passport details, it is also fetching me student details. You can see like it works. What if we fetch eager in student 2? If we fetch eager in student 2, so we don't need to add anything. It doesn't matter. If we add eager in student 2, it will still work because we have added at the rate transaction, right? And by default, as I told you, anything that is 2-1 is always eager, and eager never breaks majorly. Let's see the next one. Okay, so 1-to-1 mapping is done. We'll take a 10 minutes break. Then we'll start with next one. The next one we'll take is 1-to-many, many-to-one. And after that, many-to-many. So Madhav, Venkat, I see a question. So it will give exception if you remove transaction annotation. So you need transaction annotation when you have lazy fetching. So exception is like if you're trying to establish a database connectivity when your session is closed. So when you have that entity manager.find line in the application code, that time it establishes a relationship. That time it actually establishes a connection with the database, to be precise. And from the next line onwards, the database session is closed. So if you want to keep the session open throughout the method, then you need @transaction annotation. Even if you add @transaction annotation, only thing that will happen is your session will remain open throughout the method. So it is not going to harm, but you don't need to necessarily add it. So if you understand when to add it, it would be better. Like, okay, I think Venkat just joined. Venkat, I've answered your question. I think you had left and you just joined. So you can just refer the recording. Once you received it, you'll understand. I saw your question in the chat. All right, moving to the next one. Spring Boot Hibernate, 1-to-1 and many-to-one mapping. So I've already cloned the project in the break, and now I'll provide you code walkthrough and functionality walkthrough of this project. Again, main directory, resource directory, POM file. Spring Boot version 2.5.6. Dependencies, JPA, DevTools, H2, Lombok. That's it. And web to have the embedded Tomcat server. Main thing is entities. So here we have course and review. So what kind of a relationship can be between course and review? So one course can have many reviews and one review can be associated with how many courses? One course. So one course can have many and one review can be and many reviews can be associated with one course. So it's one to many and many to one. Okay. So in course, we have ID, name, last updated date, created date, reviews. In review, we have ID, rating, description, and course. Let me see. Let me remove the relationships that we have here. Okay, right now we don't have any relationship. I'm just converting it into a simple application first, where we have two entity classes only, course and review, and they don't have any relationship as of now. So whatever you add in a banner.text, so instead of showing it Spring Boot on application start, the very first, that big thing you see, it will come like this. So whatever you add over here, you'll see it on your application start console. It's just a cool thing. Just wanted to show you like how you can use banner.text. And in data.sql, you know, like on application start, these queries gets executed. So let's start the application. Madhav, you have any particular question with Hibernate? I see like adding from here, we can also use file-based storage so that data is not lost when we redeploy application. Yes, Madhav, you can use that also. You can use Microstream to load data. But here we need data in H2 so that we can learn about Hibernate, right? Microstream is different. It doesn't need Hibernate and JPA for querying. Okay, about H2. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can write a utility on application start in run method, read read some CSV file and load that data to H2. That also you can do. So Divya has this question: how is banner.txt configured? As I told you, in Spring Boot, majority of the things are auto configured. So you just need to remember it that you need to add a file here with banner.txt and add whatever you want to add here, design the way you want to design, and this will appear here like this on application start. All right, so let me go to the property files here. I don't want to show SQL right now. So you can see like on application start, two tables got created, course review. Course has ID, created date, last updated date, name, and ID is the primary key. And review has ID, description, rating, and ID is the primary key. So right now I don't want to see these queries because it will get clumsy later. So I'll just remove it for now. Tables get created every time. Yes, when your application restart, tables gets created every time. It depends upon this property value that you pass. You can just Google out this property value and it will explain you everything. Let me just show you quickly. So you can see these are the values, and here he has explained it very nicely. Like create drop, so that you create your schema, your test case, add some. Okay, let me not this one. This one here. Create Hibernate first, drops existing tables, then create new one. If you use create, update. Object model created based on the mapping is compared with existing schema, then Hibernate updates the existing schema according to the difference. It never deletes the existing tables or columns, even if they are no more required by the application. So it's like only update will happen. And create is like it will first drop existing tables and then recreate them. Then we have create drop, similar to create, with addition that Hibernate will drop the databases after all operations are completed, typically used for unit testing. Then we have validate and non. So these are the properties. Let me share this part with you. So these are the values of this property, JPA Hibernate, and the values and their meanings, what exactly they mean. Okay. Madhav, does that answers your question? All right. So as engineer, I remember a lot of Stack Overflow links that I use for debugging daily while coding. All right. So coming back here, functionality walkthrough. Let's go to H2. Let's refresh. Let's log in. So you can see this is the course table. It has the ID, created date, last updated date, and name column. This is the review table. It has ID, description, and rating column. Currently, we have not established any kind of relationship. It's a simple application with two entities in it. Now let's go to the next hands-on. Now we are going to establish relationship between course and review, and we are going to insert some data using data.sql. So we're going to learn the use of one-to-many and many-to-one mapping annotations. We're going to make review the owning side of the relationship here. So here the default is bi-directional only. This is in one-to-many and many-to-one. The default way of the best implementation is bi-directional only. Unidirectional doesn't make sense here because one course can have many reviews and many reviews can be associated with one course. And we're going to insert values in course and review table with data.sql. So let's see the use of one-to-many and many-to-one mapping annotation. So in our course, we are going to first, let's add review. So we are going to make review as the owning side of relationship. That means first I'll add this in review. This will add course ID in my review table. And if I add only this, okay, let's say I didn't add this. If I add this, it will be a bad database design. Reason being, I'll have review ID in course and course ID in review, and inserting data would require three transactions. First, I'll need to insert review by passing course ID as null. Then I'll have to insert course by passing review ID as null. Then I'll have to update review, insert the course ID. Then I'll have to update course, insert the review ID. So it will require basically 4 transactions if you see. So it would be a bad database design. Let me show you how does a bad database design looks like before we move on with the best database design. So you can see here, okay, it's not that way. In one-to-many and many-to-one, it has created a separate joint table called as course reviews. And here we can see in course, we don't have anything. In review, we have course ID. So in review, we have course ID, but in course, we don't have anything. Instead, what it has done, so in course, what we have list of reviews. For this kind of a thing where we have list of reviews, it creates a joint table. So that is what it does. Okay. So in course, it has not created review ID because below what we had written was a list of reviews and not a simple review. That is why what it has done is it has created a separate table, joint table. So this is always not a good design because you can say like first you'll have to insert course, then you'll have to insert review, then you'll also have to insert data into this to maintain relationship between both. Then you'll have to write a join query between course review and this to get the details. It's not that great design. So we want to avoid this. So that is why over here it is recommended, and always like everyone, they always create only bi-directional relationship between one-to-many and many-to-one kind of a relationship when you have. So this is the kind of relationship that we create, one-to-many, and here we write this. So now course will have, one course can have many reviews, and right now we have used this mapped by in course. That means review is the owning side and course is the non-owning side. If review is the owning side, that means review will have the course ID, but course will not have the reviews ID. Although course was not having the reviews ID because it was not review, what it was having was the joint table. So now because of this, we won't have that joint table problem that you were seeing. So you can just refresh and see this will not have that joint table anymore. So you can see course doesn't has review ID, Review has course ID, and because of the map by we have added in course, we don't have that joint table anymore. You see this? How is review to course many to one? Okay, many reviews can be associated with one course. Now that is why it's many to one. It is not one to one because many reviews can be associated with one course, because in course we are not writing review, we are writing list of reviews. And here we are writing this course because many reviews can be associated with one course. I know it is confusing, Madhav, but you'll get the gist of it. Like many reviews can be associated with one course. That is why it is many to one course. And here it was one to many. So it was many, that's why it was a list here. And one course can have many reviews. But if you think from this perspective, you can imagine this is not just a list, it's a review. It's not a review, it's a list of reviews, because here it is referencing like that. So that is why we write many to one. I know it's a little confusing, but you'll understand it better like as we proceed. Now the problem here, if you don't use list of reviews, will be I think you'll have to design something to pass string, comma separated string review IDs or something, but it won't be a good design. So this is the kind of design we use for one to one, one to many, and many to one. Let me make it more better so that you get hang of it. Right now we have made review the owning side of relationship. Let's insert records so it will become clear. So since review is the owning side of relationship and course is the non-owning side of relationship, so we are inserting course first. We always insert the non-owning side first, but here it shouldn't matter. Like, okay, here it will matter because review has the course ID, correct? So review has the course ID. So we have inserted course, we have inserted review. Let's refresh this. Connect. Execute. So here you can see in course table, we have this course. It was created today and last updated also today. And in review, we can see that best course on Hibernate on course ID 1. So this is the review for this course. Madhav, are you clear? Like I've tried to explain you in all possible ways, like why it is what we say, like why it is this way. You'll get hang of it like when you'll start practicing Hibernate every day, then you'll start understanding like why things are done in a certain way. So what I'm showing you are the best practices, because as I showed you, like the bad database design also, generally no trainer will show you bad database design because they know students will ask 100 questions after that. But I still showed you the bad database design because I want you to understand what is really bad and what is good in terms of implementation so that you can design better. So if you see someone else doing a bad database design, you will be able to tell him, okay, hey, this is a bad database design and here's a better thing that we can do. There are multiple bad database designs here. So this was the worst mistake that everyone makes, which I wanted to show you. If we remove list of reviews here, it will be like if we remove list of reviews here, then this relationship will break because this requires many reviews to be associated with one course. So this relationship will break. You can try that out later. Or you'll have to pass some comma separated, some string over here. That is how you'll have to pass. Like you'll have to try it out. It's not really working. So this is the recommended way. That's why I'm showing you this. And one bad design that people can do in recommended way is making. So in this kind of a relationship, guys, where we have many to one and one to many, always make many to one as the owning side of relationship. Otherwise, you'll see the join table and that won't be a good database design. Yes, this is a standard way to do it. Otherwise, there are a lot of bad ways to do it. Among that, one bad way I just showed you, like, what if, if you make this as the owning side? Okay, let's say for some reason you make the course as the owning side of relationship. Why is it breaking? Let me, yeah, it's breaking because I need to pass this over here. Okay, it's not available only. See, it doesn't allows you. In many to one, you don't have mapped by. So it will not allow you to do that because it was not making sense also. But since you asked, I tried it out. All right. So I hope this is clear to everyone. If everyone is clear, you can write clear in the chat and I'll move to the next hands-on. Okay, retrieving codes and its reviews and understanding the default fetch type for one-to-many. So we are going to retrieve codes and its reviews and understand the default fetch. Okay, so what will be the default fetch type over here for one-to-many? Any guesses? If you remember the rule, you can tell it. So guys, it is lazy. As I told you, anything that is too many is lazy. Anything that is too one is eager. All right. Retrieve course details by using entity manager. Retrieve review details from course details. Understand the default fetch type for one-to-many. So anything that is too many is always lazy. Remember the rule, when there is lazy fetching, we need @transaction annotation. And if you don't add this @transaction annotation, you'll get lazy initialization exception saying there is no session. So let's understand this. So here we have many to one. Course is the owning side. Sorry, review is the owning side. Course is the non-owning side. And we want to understand the default fetch type. So let's go to the main one, main class. Here, now since like we have this bidirectional relationship, how we say there is, how can we say there is bidirectional relationship? Because this mapping annotations are in both the entities, so it's a bidirectional relationship here. So let's try to fetch the course details, and out of course details fetch the review details, and we don't have this @transaction annotation. So we are first fetching the course details, and in course it is too many, it is lazy. And if it is lazy and we are not using @transactional, we'll get this lazy initialization exception saying that there is no session. So if we add this, it will fix the error. You can see. So you can see it has fixed the error. Now we are able to fetch the course details, and out of course details, like we are able to fetch the course details, and out of course details, we are able to fetch its reviews. So we are able to fetch the reviews of the course. Okay, the next thing that I would like to demonstrate is this. Now, what if you try to fetch? Okay, question to you guys. What if you try to fetch? I'm not saving this file on purpose because I don't want to show you the answer. What if I'll try to fetch review first, and out of review, I try to fetch the course details. In review, you can see it is too many. Sorry, it's too one. That means it would be eager fetch. And so it's eager fetching here when I'm fetching review. So will it throw lazy initialization exception if I'm not using this @transaction now, or will it work? Write your answers in the chat. Will it work or throw exception? What do you think? Correct. It will work because review has what? 2-1. That means when I'm fetching the review details, that time only I'm fetching the course details. If that time only I'm fetching the course details also, that means in one database transaction, I've got the review details and the course details. So here when I try to get the course details for this review, I already have them. I'm simply printing them. So I have it in my application. I don't need to reconnect to my database from my application. So that is why it was working. But in the above case, it was not working. Over here, it was not working because we were first fetching the codes, and in codes, the kind of relationship that we have is too many, anything too many. So it was lazy fetch. So that means when I was fetching the codes details, it was only retrieving the codes details from the database to my application's persistence layer. It was not fetching the associated review details. So that is why when I was trying to get the review details out of the course details which I fetched, I didn't really have it, so it was breaking. So that was the reason. Now, if you see, since we have bidirectional relationship, we can fetch anything out of anything. We can fetch course details, and out of course details, review details, we can fetch course, like we can fetch review details, and out of review details, course details. Like anything we can fetch out of anything. Just let me correct here. I think I made a mistake here. Fetch review details, fetch course details. Just corrected the log statements. So we are fetching the course details, and out of the course details, we are fetching the review details. We are fetching the review details, and out of the review details, we are fetching the course details. So this is done. Retrieving reviews and its associated courses and understanding the default fetch type. So this is also done. Like we have retrieved the review details by using entity manager, retrieved course details from review details, retrieved course details from review details, and we've understood the default fetch type for many to one relationship is eager because it is to one. And we've also understood anything that is too many is lazy. And we will now remember the rule that when there is lazy fetching, I need to use @transaction annotation. Otherwise, I'll get lazy initialization exception saying there is no session open. So this is about the fetching. Okay, so this lazy loading that we are saying is about the fetching. Loading means what? We are loading data from database to our application's persistence layer, right? So that means we're fetching data from the database to our application's persistence layer. So is it clear to everyone? Okay, Madhav has his questions. Out of course and review, who is the owning side of relationship? So Madhav, if I ask you, where do we add the mapped by attribute, in owning or the non-owning side of relationship? Non-owning. That means who will be the owning side of relationship between course and review? Review. Correct. Review will be the owning side. So if you remember this rule that we have, that we add mapped by in the non-owning side, so you'll always know who's the owning, who's the non-owning side of relationship between the entity relationships that you have established. All right. This is also done. So this is done. We'll again take a 10 minutes break in which I'll import the other project, the next project, and open the slides and keep, and then we'll continue with many to many. So see you guys after the 10 minutes break.
Hi, Samarth. You might not be looking onto the chat screen. So actually, we need to use only map by in bidirectional relationships, right?
Yes.
We don't use them in one to like unidirectional.
Correct, because we don't need them in unidirectional. We have mapping annotation only in one entity if you have unidirectional.
Okay, thanks.
And map by is an attribute of a mapping annotation, like one to many, many to one, many to many in that. It's an annotation attribute. Like, let me show here.
Okay.
This is the annotation. This is the attribute. This is the value of the attribute that we are passing. Many to many. So first I'll again provide you code walkthrough and functionality walkthrough. So this is the main directory, resource directory, some student reference material for you this time because there are very long join queries which I have written. So you can just simply copy it and paste it. It's very simple join queries. Then the Spring Boot version that we are using is 2.5.6, dependencies, JPA to have Hibernate and to establish relationship, DevTools, H2, Lombok, Web, that's it. And we have used H2 database again, same properties. Let me set this to false. And I've added this so that our data.sql can run on application start. This is needed from 2.5.6 onwards. Before 2.5.6, this property was not needed. And if you're thinking to migrate this application to 2.7.2, you might need some other properties as well, or you might face some other issues. So you'll have to just, face those issues and fix them. This is the entities. So we have course, which has ID, name, last updated date, created date. And we have student, which has ID, name. So student has only ID and name. I've kept the entity class design very simple so that the focus is more on the Hibernate mapping annotation understanding rather than understanding and spending time on the entity class. So student has ID name, course has ID name, last updated date, created date. Let's comment out the run methods here. Let's start the application. Let's see how the course and student table looks like. So this entity manager is the one that JPA methods use internally. Okay, our application start is failing, not found. That means in data.sql, I need to comment out few things. So I've commented out this. So an application start, I'm creating course table, student table, and inserting some data into it. So application has started. Let's go to the H2. Let's refresh. Let's log in. So here you can see we have the course table with ID, created date, last updated date, name column. We have the student table with ID and name column. And we have these three courses, Spring Boot, JPA, Spring Boot, AWS Utilities, Spring Boot, PCF Cloud Deployment. And we have these two students, Sam and Hiran. Right now, no students have enrolled for any courses. We have not even established any relationship between course and student. So that was the walkthrough of the provided Spring Boot project. Now let's implement unidirectional relationship between course and student. And we are going to make, we're going to make course the owning side of the relationship. We're also going to see the problem of join table that is created when course is the owning side of the relationship. All right, so let's get started. So we want to make course the owning side, right? So we go to the course. We add the many to many mapping here. We add this. So this way, we are saying one course can have many students. And as you have seen, like if you have a list below, it will create a join table. So right now there will be a join table. So now course is the owning side of the unidirectional relationship that we have established as we have written, like we want to establish unidirectional relationship. So one course can be enrolled by many students, or we can say many courses can be enrolled. Sorry, it's many to many here. So many courses can be enrolled by many students. That is the kind of relationship that we are creating here. Okay, so many courses can be enrolled by many students. Now that means there will be a separate join table. Let's refresh. Let's log in. So you can see in course, student ID is not added. In student course ID is not added. Ideally, we have made student the owning side. So you must be expecting from what you have learned so far that in course you should have the student ID. But that's not the case when you have an array list below. It creates a join table. It has created a join table with name course underscore students, which is what we don't like, students here, because there should be consistency, like something like course underscore student and not students. And here also it's giving the column ID as course ID and student ID. So this is the problem of join table. The names are not that great. The table name and the column names are not that great. So as part of this hands-on, you've understood how to establish bidirectional relationship, unidirectional relationship between course and student, and what is the join table problem. So it creates a join table with bad table name and column name. So is it clear to everyone? Any questions, any doubts? Aryan, I saw you joined late today. Any questions you have with this?
Yes, sir, I joined late, but now actually I had worked on this, no, many to many, so I know like this annotations and all.
Okay, okay.
Yes, sir.
Guys, any doubts? If no doubt, you can write clear in the chat. I'll move with the next hands-on. What about others? Guys, is everyone clear? It's advanced topics today, so I want you to pay double focus today. All right, Madhav. So I'll explain it again. So there is course table and student table. I wanted to establish a unidirectional relationship between course and student. So I added this many to many mapping in my course class, and I wrote this list of students equal to new array list. So this created a join table for me. So in many to many, a separate join table is created. There is no foreign key in the course table added here, like how you have seen with other annotations. It's little different. It doesn't add a student ID in course table. Rather, it creates a separate join table like this. And the name is something which we don't like, so we would customize it in the coming hands-on. All right. Coming to the next one, customize the join table name and column names and insert data in the join table and write join query to view the data. As part of this hands-on, we'll view the default generated table name and column names where course is the owning side of the unidirectional relationship. All right, so we have seen the default generated table name and column name, and course is the owning side of the relationship. It's the owning side of this unidirectional relationship that we have between course and student. Because in student, we have not used any mapping annotation yet. So only course has the mapping annotation. So course is the owning side of the relationship between course and student. In order to customize the join table, we're going to use join table and join column annotations. So since course is the owning side, so we need to use these annotations here only. So we are using this join table annotation, and this name that we are writing, the value of this name will become the table name. So this table course underscore students will become course enrolled by students, which makes more sense. And join columns, join column name, this join column name, this name will be the owning side name. So which is the owning side here? Course ID is the owning side. So we want to keep it as it is. So that is why we have written this as it is, like course ID only. And inverse join column is the non-owning side column table name. So right now, non-owning side is which one? Students table, right? So students underscore ID is a non-owning side foreign key. So this we want to customize, we want to remove the S. So we have written the inverse join column name as student ID instead of student's ID. So that will replace that student's ID with student ID. Now let's save this and let's see this in action. Let's refresh. Let's re-log in. And here you can see it has customized our table name from course_students to course enrolled by students. And it has customized our column names to course_ID and student_ID. This is more readable format, right? And more consistent. So we have done this. Next is we are going to insert some data into the join table that we have created. So for inserting the data into the join table, I'll be using my join queries. Right now, course is the owning side of the relationship. So when course is the owning side of the relationship, this is a join table name which we have given, course enrolled by students. And we are creating relationship between course and student by adding values to this table. So we are saying course ID 1, which is Spring Boot JPA course, is being enrolled by a student with ID 1. So Sam has enrolled into this. And you can say again, Sam has enrolled into Spring Boot AWS utilities also. And Sam has enrolled into Spring Boot PCF cloud deployment also. Whereas student with ID 2, which is Hiran has enrolled into courses with ID 1 and 2. That means student has enrolled for Spring Boot JPA and student Hiran has enrolled for Spring Boot AWS utilities. So we have inserted the data into the join table, and let's view the join table here. Let's let's refresh it because we have inserted the data. Let's re-log in. Let's view the data inside the join table. So this is the data inside the join table. And let's refer the student's reference material. So when course is the owning side of the relationship, this is a join query which you need to execute. I'll explain you this join query. So what we are doing here is basically select star from all the three tables. And after this, like course enrolled by students, student course, where course enrolled by students dot course ID is equal to course dot course ID, and course enrolled by students dot student ID is equal to student dot ID. That is what we have done here. Let's execute. And this is the join table data. So from this, we can see like Sam has enrolled for Spring Boot JPA, Spring Boot AWS utilities, Spring Boot PCF cloud deployment, whereas Hiran has enrolled for Spring Boot JPA and Spring Boot AWS utilities. So we have written this join query to combine data of course and student table by using the join table. And now we'll fetch the course and its student details by using entity manager. So since course is the owning side of the relationship, so we'll first fetch the course details, and out of course details, we'll fetch the student details. And since the kind of relationship that we have here is many to many, it's always lazy. And if it's always lazy, we need to always use @transactional annotation. So is it clear to everyone? Guys, is it clear? What about this? Okay, everyone is clear, it seems. Olga, no reply. Is it clear? All right. Pedro, Rameshwar. All right, then I'll move to the next one. Implement unidirectional relationship. Guys, sorry about the formatting. Actually, I was using a different PowerPoint presentation, the free one, but now I just bought the PowerPoint subscription Microsoft. So when I'm opening in this, it's coming like this. All right. Implement unidirectional relationship. Make student the owning side of relationship. So now we are going to implement a unidirectional relationship, and we are going to change the relationship. Right now course was the owning side, so we are going to make student the owning side of relationship. Before we had made course as the owning side, right? Here we had made course the owning side. Now we're going to make student the owning side. So we're going to change the relationship. So first let's comment this let's comment this and let's go over here. No, not over here. Let's go over here. Let's save this. Let's open a course. So we are going to make student the owning side. So let's remove all this. So since we are going to make student the owning side of the unidirectional relationship, so let's do two hands-on together. We are going to make student the owning side of relationship. We know that the join table that will be created by default will be like student underscore courses. We don't want that. So we are customizing the table name as student enrolled courses and column name as student ID and course ID. If we don't write this, the column name will be courses underscore ID. So we are just customizing it. And this is how we are establishing relationship between course and student. And this is a unidirectional relationship because only student has the mapping annotations. Course doesn't has the mapping annotation. It just has a simple fields of entity class. And we are making student as the owning side by adding this mapping annotation in student only. And we are also customizing the table name. So let's log into the database. Let's see how it looks like. So you can see we have customized a table name, and this is how the table looks like: student enrolled courses, and there is no course ID added in the student table. And since it's many-to-many mapping that we are dealing with right now, so the fetch type is always default fetch type is always lazy. Let's write the join query now quickly. So let's copy the join query from here. So I'll explain you. Okay, I have not inserted data, it seems. Okay, so when student is the owning side of relationship, I need to insert data into the join table, because join table is establishing relationship between student and course. So now you can see like Sam has enrolled for these 3 courses, Hiran has enrolled for these 2 courses, and we have this join table. And this join table, we have inserted data right now using data.sql script. Is it clear to everyone? Any doubts about this hands-on, any step that you've not understood? If this hands-on is clear, you can write clear in the chat. I'll move to the next one. What about others? Is it clear? Okay, so Madhav has this question. Can we fetch courses out of students? Can we fetch courses out of students? So student is the owning side. So yes, we can fetch courses out of students, but not the vice versa. So we can fetch, yeah, so you are asking, can we fetch courses out of students? So yes, student is the owning side. So we can fetch courses out of students. So first we are fetching student, and out of student we are fetching course. This will work. See, student details and its course details. All right, moving to the next one. Let me increase the font size. Too much. Wait to make it 18. All right, customize the join table name and column names and insert data in the join table. Okay, this is also done. Like we have customized the join table name over here, and we have inserted data into this join table by using data.sql in one go. And we have written the inserted data also into the join table. We have written the join query to view the combined data. Implement, this is something important now. Implement bidirectional relationship, make student the owning side of relationship. So now we want to implement bidirectional relationship. So far in many to many, what you have learned is unidirectional relationship. Now let's understand what is a bidirectional relationship and how do we, you understand now what is a bidirectional relationship, right? Bidirectional relationship means I can fetch anything out of anything. But what you're going to learn is how you can implement bidirectional relationship in a joint table kind of a thing, like many to many, how you can establish a bidirectional relationship in many to many. So first I'll show you the problem of two joint tables if we don't use the map by attribute. So let's say I have these two joint tables. I try to make both of them the owner. Let me just remove this one. So I try to make both of them the owner. So course will say, hey, I have this annotation, I'm the owner. Student will say, hi, I have this annotation, I'm the owner. So both of them are trying to be bossy, which will lead to a bad database design because we'll have two joint tables. Let's also insert data into both the joint tables just to see how it looks. All right, so you can maintain two joint tables, but it's not a good database design. Let me refresh. We'll see the two joint tables. So here you can see we have two joint tables, course enrolled by students and student enrolled courses. Divya has this question. Are you inserting data manually from data.sql or Hibernate is automatically inserted? Divya, Hibernate is automatically inserting, but for Hibernate to automatically insert, you need to place this data.sql file. You need to create a file with this name data.sql. D can be lowercase also, it doesn't matter. But you need to create this file in resource folder and you need to add queries here. Now, if you create this file, you cannot keep this file empty. If you keep it empty, your application start will fail. And if you're using Spring Boot version 2.5.6 or above, then you need to add this property spring.jpa.defer data source initialization to true. Otherwise, again, application start will fail. Does that answers your question? Okay. So let's go back here. Here we can see there are two joint tables. And now what advantage we'll have with bad database design is that we can execute any join query, but it's a bad database design because why should we maintain data in two tables, right? It's not never good. So here you can see this is one join table query. Then we can execute. So we can execute the other join table query also. So it's not a good database design basically. In order to get rid of this bad database design, we're going to make one entity as the owning side of the relationship. So let's say we want to make student as the owning side of this bidirectional relationship that we have. In that case, we need to remove all this and we need to add this map by attribute. So this way we are making student as the owning side of the relationship by adding mapped by in the non-owning side, which is course. So we have added this mapped by over here. Now, since this table doesn't exist and I'm trying to insert data using data.sql, so it is breaking. So I need to remove this. Since now only student is the owning side of the relationship, so both of them are not the owners. So there is no joint table problem also. Since student is the owning side, so only student enrolled courses table will be there. And since course is not the owning side, so it will not have any much reference to that. So it will not have any joint table also. Let me show you this. Now we'll have only student enrolled courses because student is the owner. You can see here. So that means now only you can execute one kind of a join query, which is having this student enrolled courses, because this table is not there. So obviously you cannot execute that join query. So is this hands-on clear to? Okay, last thing is remaining. Fetch student details from course and fetch course. Okay, since it's a bidirectional relationship that we have established, so here you can see we were already fetching course details out of students, but since it's bidirectional, I should be able to fetch student details also out of the course details, and it will work. And it is working. See, fetch course details, it's fetching the course details, fetch student details who have enrolled in this course, it's fetching the students who have enrolled in this course. Is it clear? If this is clear, you can write clear in the chat. We'll take a 10-15 minutes break and proceed with the next hands-on, next topic itself, because right now we have finished Hibernate. So in just 2 hours, you can see we have finished entire Hibernate. Guys, if this is clear. Venkat, yes, you'll have to go through this. Hibernate is a very complex topic. Some people take 8 hours to explain this, what I've explained in 2 hours. So Divya, how Hibernate recognizes data.sql and where is it configured? Not understood. So Divya, majority of the things in Spring Boot are auto-configured. So we just need to remember what to place where, and it is auto-configured at a framework level. So we don't have to do the configuration. That is why there are some opinions about Spring Boot. That is why the characteristic of Spring Boot is it is an opinionated framework. Like there are less configuration, but some convention. So this is kind of a convention now, right? And if you want to override this, if you don't want to use a file with this name from this directory, there are some properties which you can Google and add to your application.property file. So because of that property, it will not read from here, it will read from your specified location. So this is a default specified location in the framework. Does that answers your question, Divya? Can we get the agenda? All right. This is the agenda for Hibernate. I think this has been shared with you already. This has been shared when you enrolled for the course. All right, this is done. I'll set a timer of 15 minutes and after coming back, we'll move with the next hands-on. So next, what would you like to learn, guys? Spring Security, AOP, Spring Cloud. Yeah, I would like your answers in the chat. AOP. What about others? What do you want to learn first? And don't worry, even if we finish all this, I have a lot of content that I can teach you. In Spring Boot itself, I can teach you microservice design patterns also a lot. Cloud, okay, Spring Cloud. What others? Okay, so majority seems to say cloud. So we'll go with the Spring Cloud module. And once we do this, we'll go with AOP, then Spring Security. So I'll set a timer. I'll have a quick water and fresh break. So see you guys after 15 minutes and we'll continue. Venkat, this Excel is not for students. This Excel is more of for teaching. You have received the agenda, like what all topics will be covered. This is just for teaching purpose, the curriculum design. Agenda, Divya, has been shared like when you enrolled through Universe page, there the agenda has been printed. Like by in the registration page itself, in the description, what topics will be covered in the course has been given. You'll get the recording of this course, so I don't think there will be problem. You have the application code, you have the recording. You can always watch again and revise the concepts. And you can write down the key rules in Hibernate, which I have mentioned. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Is everyone back?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's move to the next one. Let's close this. Next is Spring Cloud. Here. Let me quickly import the project. So 3 projects are there here. Let's open the slides. Okay, introduction to Spring Cloud. So as part of this first is the introductory part, little theoretical part, first slide, first two slides, where I'll explain you and then we'll start with the practicals, because here you need to understand the basic theory and then we'll get started. So let's understand what is Spring Cloud, goals of Spring Cloud modules, common patterns of distributed system that can be easily built by using tools offered by Spring Cloud. So what is Spring Cloud? Spring Cloud basically offers tools that enables rapid cloud native microservice application development, and tools offered by Spring Cloud also helps developers to easily build and configure some of the common patterns in distributed system like configuration management. This is something which we're going to have a look today. Service discovery, load balancing, etc. Goals of Spring Cloud modules are to externalize your configuration, to have environment specific properties, to have consistency, version history of your configurations, and real-time management. And some of the common patterns of distributed system are configuration management, service discovery, one-time token, leadership elections, distributed sessions, global locks, circuit breakers, intelligent routing, micro proxy, control bus, and cluster state. So that summarizes what is Spring Cloud, goals of Spring Cloud modules, then the common patterns of distributed system that can be easily builded. These are the common patterns of distributed system that can be easily builded by different tools offered by Spring Cloud. So what tool we are going to learn today is Spring Cloud Config Server and Config Client. And after this, I'll also ask for one of your suggestion with AWS. So how many of you have used AWS and GitHub Actions in your office work? Guys, any of you? Has any of you used AWS and GitHub Actions, and in AWS used ECR for pushing your Docker images?
So still
Has
learning
any-
AWS.
ECR you have used?
No, sir. So EC2 I have used, but like ECR never used.
Container registry, like for pushing your Docker image, like how you have Docker Hub. If you want to host your private container registry, image registry, Helm chart registry, so you configure ECR. As I had a doubt in that, like here I'll be teaching you how you can place your Spring Boot configuration to external GitHub repo and read it from there using Spring Cloud Config Server, Config Client. Similar, I wanted for if there is something similar in the market for ECR permission policy, to have centralized permission policies so that I can sync from there for all my ECR repos. I wanted some kind of a utility. I'm not sure if such a utility exists also in market, because otherwise I'll have to write this kind of a utility in my office long term. All right, coming back to the agenda, what is configuration management? So let's understand configuration management. What is configuration management? I'll explain you configuration management with help of example. So I've drawn this example diagram to explain it. So what is configuration management? Configuration management means to have centralized application configuration management by using some source code management like GitHub or Gerrit or anything. Okay. So basically by this, what we mean is whatever properties we place in our application.property files, we place them now into a separate GitHub repo or GitLab repo or whichever source code management tool of your choice, whichever you like. What this helps, it helps us to speed up the deployment process. Basically, if you're externalizing your configuration and your application is reading the configuration from that external Git repo, that means the configurations are not part of your application anymore, right? Because on your application start, you're reading the configuration from an external Git repo. So that means you're separating your configuration from your application code. So this speeds up the deployment process, because in case if you want to update certain configuration, you just need to update the code and push that code to that external Git repo, and your code and your application which is reading that property, you just need to there is a actuator refresh endpoint, hit that, it will refresh the properties. So without undeploying, redeploying or restarting deployment, basically without restarting deployment, you will be able to sync the configuration change. So this is the use of having configuration management in your project. Basically, this is the use, or we can say the advantage of enabling configuration management in your project by using Spring Cloud Config Server and Config Client. How to do it is something which you'll learn, but right now what it does is what I'm telling you. So tools that enable this configuration management are called as config as a microservice. So let's take this example. This is a practical industry scenario of configuration management. You can say like this is your GitHub repository. This is your Spring Cloud config server. It reads the properties from GitHub repo, and these are your config clients. These are individual microservices. This is one microservice, which is Spring Cloud config server. This is another microservice, Amazon shopping service. This is another microservice, which is payment service. So Amazon shopping service and payment service are reading its configurations, or we can say the properties that we have in properties file, by connecting to Spring Cloud config server on its start. So when you start this applications, payment service or Amazon shopping service, they connect with Spring Cloud config server and they read the configurations. And when does Spring Cloud config server reads the configurations? So when you start the Spring Cloud config server, it connects with your GitHub repo and it caches the properties in its cache. And after a certain interval, 5-10 minutes or whatever default interval is there, it resyncs the properties into its cache. And these applications, when they connect to Spring Cloud config repo, they read the configurations from its cached properties that it has. So we'll see this in action. Don't worry. So in this session, you've gained theoretical idea about what is configuration management and what it helps us to do. And along with this, like I like to say you, like I'm also trying to find a similar tool for AWS policy centralized policy management. If there is no tool, it can be a startup idea. Like if we build that kind of a tool in market, because long term, everyone is moving to cloud and they would need such a solution in market. Okay, so this is done. Now let's see the tools offered by tools for configuration management. So tools offered for configuration management are Spring Cloud Configuration Server, Apache Zookeeper, HashiCorp Console, etcd Distributed Key Value Store. So the configuration management tool that you're going to learn as part of this Spring Cloud course is Spring Cloud Configuration Server, which is basically config server and config client concept. So as part of this hands-on, you've understood that you're going to learn this tool as part of this course and what are the other tools available in the market for achieving configuration management. Next is creating Spring Cloud config server project by using Spring Initializer. I have already created the project and you know how to create project using Spring Initializer. So I'll give you walkthrough of this project. This has the main directory, resource directory, ignore the test directory. We have the POM file. In POM, you can see we are using the Spring Boot version 2.5.1 because that is when this was the latest version when I created this project. And Spring Cloud config version, which is the latest one that is corresponding to the Spring Boot version is 2020-03. You don't have to worry about it. You just need to add the dependencies in the Spring Initializer and it will create with the appropriate mapped dependency of Spring Cloud and Spring Boot. So the dependencies that I had added was like I've added is web Spring Cloud config server because it's a config server project. This is the project which will basically, if you remember the diagram, it will sit there, it will connect with your GitHub repo and cache the properties in its cache and keep. Yeah, and these two dependency, web and this one, this test we are not using it although, and this comes automatically, so no need to worry too much about it. It's just for dependency management. Then in your main directory, a simple main file just with one additional annotation since it's a config server project. So we need to annotate it with enable config server. And in application properties file, so you can see like if I want to read properties from my remote git, so I need to pass a remote git repo URL. If I want to read the properties from my local git, like from my laptop, I need to pass the laptop path where my property where my config repo is, where my git repo is. So this is my local Git repo. This is my remote Git repo. And if you're having a private repository, you need to provide your username, password. And if in the latest version, they support using PAT token, using GitHub PAT token, or your developer access token, like basically a PAT token only. So it will be based on PAT token. I think from the latest version, and like for pushing code, you have to log in using PAT token and GitHub. They have changed that from few months ago. Like they changed that, they made that change. So I generated my PAT token. If you are wondering how to generate your PAT token in GitHub, you just need to go to setting, developer setting, and just scroll to the bottom. You'll see there somewhere PAT token, and you can generate the PAT token and save it somewhere, keep it secret, and use it to log into your GitHub account using Git CLI. All right, so these are the properties. I've overridden the port to 8888. First, I would like to start with my remote Git repo. Let me see if this path already exists or not. So it's C documents, Microstream 2020 repo. Okay, let's see this if it's there. Venkat, I'm not talking about SSH key. I'm talking about personal access token, which is called as sometimes PAT token, personal access token, PAT. SSH key is for your SSH based login, like how we have Git clone. So we clone using HTTPS or we clone using SSH. It is in this path. So you can see my config repo is here. These are the 3 files that I have. I'll open this in Notepad. So these are the files that I have. Application.yaml, config1.yaml, config2.yaml. Let me make this like more common. Okay, so this will have config client 1. This will be for config client 2. This will be the default properties. All right, so as part like of this hands-on was only to understand the config server project. We'll come to the next one, which is creating local Git repo. So you can see this has these 3 files, but it's not a local Git repo. In order to make it a local Git repo, what I need to do is I need to open Git bash here, or any terminal that of your choice. And first let's check whether it is Git repo. It is not a Git repo. So let's initialize a Git repo. So I've initialized it as a Git repo. Now let's do Git status to see if it's able to track the changes. Yes, add the changes to staging. And after adding to staging, let's commit it. Let's say first commit. We don't need to push it because it's my local Git repo, not remote Git repo. And here I'm referencing it. Now on application start, you'll see it's able to cache it. And for that, I've added this README file. So this is the format you need to use to access Spring Cloud config server. This is the format: localhost :8888 / your file name. So what are the file names we have? We have application.yaml, config1.yaml, config2.yaml. So don't pass this YAML name .yaml, just pass config application or config1 or config2 and the profile. Since we have not done profiling here, we have not done any profiling here. We have not written like -dev, -prod or anything. So by default, the name is default. If you have written -prod, you need to pass prod. If you have written -dev, you need to pass here dev, that way. So in order to read the properties from the application.property file, which is this one, which is the default property file, we need to execute this URL. So we are not going to use Swagger here. It's not needed because we have not created any APIs. So it's a GET request we can do from browser. It doesn't need any parameters also. So you can see this is the response it is giving. So here you can see like this is my commit ID. This is my commit ID. So you can see this is my commit ID. This is a shortened version, but this is the complete version. If you do simply git log, you'll see the complete version. And this is the version. So we're basically versioning our properties now. And you can see like it's reading the properties from my local git repo, and it is caching it into a temporary storage on my Windows laptop. Depending upon your OS, it will store it there. And if you're on a particular server where your application is running, it will store it there temporarily. And these are the properties: my.greeting, welcome to learning Spring Boot configuration management, my.list.values, apple, banana, mango. So this is how it is. And let me show you further. If you want to read the properties of config 1, which is this one, configuration client 1, rest all is same. So you need to pass this. So now you'll see that along with reading the properties of config 1, it is also reading the default properties. That means your application.yaml is your default properties. Whatever you write here will always appear for your search results. It will appear like this. This property sources is a array. It's a JSON array. So for this, you have this one object and next object. So this is your configuration client 1. Along with that, you get the application.properties, application.yaml properties free. Now, if you want to see config 2, you just change it to config 2, and you will see config 2, and along with that, application.yaml configurations come for free because it's the default one. It will always come. And if you pass application, only application 1 will come. But if you pass anything else, along with that, application 1 will also come. This is how it appears. This is how it reads the properties from your local git repo. So if this is clear, you can write clear in the chat. Aryan, you are asking to add you in meeting where? Aryan, I didn't get it, sir. Can you add me in?
Sir, actually, I have joined from my laptop. So can
I
you
don't
just please
see
add?
any participants like to admit in. If I see
Wait,
over
sir.
here, I will click. Okay, I see one. Yeah. Okay, done. All right. So creating local git repo is done. You've seen like how we can use git commands and create a local git repo. Spring Cloud, let's see this one, Spring Cloud configuration. So this is also done. Configure and access Spring Cloud configuration server URL. So these are called as Spring Cloud configuration server URL because it's a Spring Cloud config server URLs that we are hitting. Any doubts so far? If everyone is clear so far, you can write clear in the chat. Then we'll proceed with creating Spring Cloud config client project. Guys, everyone clear?
Yes, sir, clear.
Okay. This is easy, right? Compared to Hibernate. All right. Spring Cloud config client project of client project. Now let me close these. So config server, you understand what it does. So this is the Spring Boot Cloud config client project. This is its form file, your same version 2.5.1 and Spring Cloud version 2020-03. Dependencies we have added is actuator web, Spring Cloud config, Spring Cloud starter config, not server this time, it's config. And this is by default dependency management. Now here in the properties, you'll see that we are telling it that import the properties from a config server. And this is the URL of the config server. So if your application is deployed in cloud, here your cloud URL will come. And you should have the security rules properly configured so that it can communicate. If you have the client in different region and server in different region, or if you have some access restriction on VPC. Next is we have enabled all actuator hidden endpoints, and this property we are using to say that when this application starts, it should load the properties from config1.yaml. So when this application will start, because of this property spring.application name, it will load the properties from this file. And obviously default properties come free, which is application.yaml. And this application will start on port 8081. And here, just to demonstrate that we are reading the properties, what I've done is I've wrapped the properties that I'm importing from config server. So this application will connect to my config server and read the config1.yaml properties. After reading them, I'm mapping it over here. So you can see like I'm mapping the greeting value to this variable and exposing this variable by writing this, what do we say, get mapping. I think I don't have app name. Yeah, I have app name also. So I've exposed the app name also. I've read the app name similarly. So whatever I had imported into my property file in this project, when it starts from config server project, I just exposed it via get API so that I can execute and see the value I'm getting it properly and get fruits also. Okay. Here, no special annotation is needed in the main file. It's a config client project, but in config server, do remember you need to add that enable config server annotation. Let's start the config client project. Divya, Spring Boot cloud is not hosted on any cloud. It's just running in my local. Generally, you can host it anywhere like you can host your config server, config clients onto EC2, or you can write a Docker file, build an image and run that Docker image in EC2 by installing Docker or Elastic Container Service, or you can, like create Kubernetes file, deploy it into Kubernetes cluster on AWS, on GCP, on Azure, or write Helm charts, like anything you can do. Yeah. So name is Spring Boot Cloud because it is like that, like Spring Boot Cloud. It is offering you tools which is helping you to externalize your configurations. It's not confusing actually. It is that way. It's not, cloud is there because I think because this is meant for cloud. Like when your application is in the cloud, this helps you to deploy faster. It helps you to maintain better. That is why the name cloud. Venkat has this question: when does Docker Kubernetes comes into picture? I am new to cloud, that's why asking. Also, I've heard the term CI/CD. What does this comes into picture? Can you please explain it briefly? Sure, Venkat. So see, Venkat, this application right now, this application is running in my local because I've installed JDK, right? Now, if I build a jar file of this application and I give it to you, first of all, you'll need to know that, okay, this application was built using JDK 8. Then you can, install JDK 8 and run this application. So there's a setup that you need to do. Now with Docker, what Docker did was you build a container, or you can, let's say you build an image of this application, and that image has everything that it needs. Okay, that has the JDK libraries, that has your application libraries, which you have, which your dependent libraries basically, and your application itself. So you build an image and you run that image as a container onto a Docker engine. So rather than installing JDK, you install Docker engine onto your machine and you are able to run my image with the Docker command. So you don't need to know exactly like which version this application was built in. So it's kind of making applications platform independent, truly platform independent. Because you just install Docker engine, and Docker engine is designed specific to the platform you're installing it on, for Mac or for Windows. And then it makes your application platform independent because Docker itself is platform dependent. Installation is. Next is Kubernetes. Now this is, you have your container, like you have your image builded, which has everything your application needs, right? You can run it as a container. Now, if you have thousands of applications, or if you want to replicate your application, okay, let's say you are having gigantic load, you are having like, it's a Black Friday, you have big sales, trillions of customers, millions of customers, whatever. So you want to scale your application very rapidly. So with Kubernetes, you can mention the replicas, like you can just mention the replicas. If the load on my node in Kubernetes is this much, just scale so many Docker containers, like scale the nodes, and this node will have 5-10 instances of my application. So you can scale very rapidly. So Kubernetes is more of container orchestration, and Docker is like making you completely platform independent, giving everything, packing everything into a single image so that you can run that image wherever Docker can be installed. And Kubernetes is helping you to orchestrate, to enable communication, to restrict communication between different containers, to add secrets in a better way so that you don't have everything in your code. You have proper secret, encrypted secret files in that sense. And next, I would say is Helm is there next. So Helm is like your Kubernetes package manager. So whatever you write in your deployment files, whatever you hard code in your deployment and service files, you can have the configurations externalized into a Helm values file, and you can write your Kubernetes deployment file as a Helm chart, and those values will get substituted there when you do the Helm templating. And you can install those Helm packages in a single click. You can uninstall all Kubernetes components with Helm. And when we come about CI/CD, these things are done manually, and when you automate them, so you automate using CI/CD tools. Like if your company is using GitLab, you use GitLab. If your company is using Jenkins, you write Jenkins pipeline. If your company is using GitHub, you use GitHub workflows. That is how you automate it. So you have next question: where can we deploy our Spring Boot application for free? For free, you can create free AWS account to learn. And on Heroku also, I think GCP is also free. I mean, so far I've used many times, but I was never charged. But I had, after testing, deleted my application also. So on AWS also, it's free for 1 year, like 750 hours of EC2 are free per month. So just deploy your application, see the URL, and terminate the EC2. Otherwise, you'll get a very big bill. You've seen the memes, right? A person becomes poor by keeping the EC2 on for a very long time. So I'm just joking. Just take care, delete, and monitor your cost using Cost Explorer on AWS. And if you're trying out something new, use AWS calculator to see the estimated cost and use that. And set up budgets, alarms on AWS. And on AWS, if you make very big mistake, you can just message the AWS team. They generally refund back. Like I've seen for many people, some guys had made a $10,000 bill, and they had just, what we say, bailed them out because they knew it was for learning purpose. It's not free, Aryan, but if you make a mistake and you have a very big bill, you can reach out to them, explain them that this is this you did mistakenly, and this was not for any company, this was for learning purpose, and they bail out. But don't do too big, otherwise they might not bail out. But I've seen the bailout cases, like that's why I'm telling you, but don't depend on that. Sometimes they might not bail out. All right, coming back here. Okay, config project. So let's run this config client project now. It will start on port 8081. Oh, I think I was already running it. This one will fail saying port already in use because I was already running it. So it's already running. Let's access these URLs. I've not created API documentation here because simple get URLs localhost colon 8081 / app name. That's all. These are the URLs. Here you can see it's returning configuration client 1. So that means an application start config client 1 is reading properties from here, and it is reading properties from config 1. And from config 1, we can see the app name is configuration client 1. So we have mapped this property value in our controller using @value annotation to this variable, and then we are returning this variable via this API. And same goes for greeting and get fruits. I'll demonstrate greeting also. Port Venkat, port 8888 is not for config client, it's for config server. Don't get confused. Here you have multiple microservices. Your config server is already running and your config client has connected to your config server. It's connecting in regular intervals if you see, and it has fetched the property. Like it has fetched the properties from config server. This part is also done. Importing configurations from config server. So we have imported the configurations from config server by configuring these things. Creating APIs to access imported configurations. This is also done. So we have created these APIs for what we say for testing the imported configurations. Pointing Spring Cloud config server to remote Git repo. All right. Let's close all these. Let's open this. Right now you can see it was pointing to my local Git repo. Let me see if I have this remote Git repo. So I'll read properties from my remote Git repo. So let's take this repo. Let's check which properties we have here. Simple properties. Config 1. Config 2. Okay, this has one additional. It's not going to harm, just additional property. All right, so we can use this one. So now you can just, if you want to push your this same local Git repo to remote, you can do that. And just to push it to remote, you need to create a remote Git repo and use the commands like link your remote repo with your local repo and use the git push origin -u, like the command like git push -u origin master, and push it to your master branch. If you want to create a new repo, you must be aware, right, how to push code to a new Git repo. Does everyone knows, right, how to push code to new Git repo? Aryan, yeah, since you're a student, I'm asking, or I'll demonstrate. Aryan, are you familiar with how to push code to an like how to create a new Git repo and push code to that? All right. Coming back here, so we are referencing the remote Git repo now, and if you see, we have not restarted our this config server. So since we have changed this property in our config server, we have not used DevTools. So we need to restart our config server, and when you'll see that this is kind of our central point of failure also. When I stop this, my config client will also start breaking. After a particular interval, it will start breaking when it tries to sync. So I've stopped my config server. I've changed this property here. Now I'll again start my config server. Right, but my config client will still read the cache properties that it has cached. So it's better that I should stop my config client also. Let this start first. Okay, when could you want me to demo that, right? All right, let me demo. So what I'll do is I'll delete my existing Git repo and I'll push my new Git repo because I have used the same name. Otherwise, I will give a different name. Yeah, let's give a different name. The config repo 2022 B3 batch 3. So I've created this Git repo. All right, I have this here. It's already a Git repo. So I need to link my remote repo with my local Git repo. Now I need to just check status that nothing is pending. Okay, everything is there. Now I need to push code, git push dash u. First time you need to use this command. From second time you just use git push command. And we have pushed code here. Now we can refer this repo in our code. Now let's restart everything. Let's first start the config server. On application start, it will read properties from here and cache it into its cache. Then we'll start config client. On start, it will connect with this, read properties and cache it into its local cache. And it will not read all properties. It will read config1.properties, config1.yaml properties. So config server has started. You can see that it will be able to read the properties from remote. Now, since it's reading from remote, I will not see this local Git repo anymore. You can see it's reading the properties from remote. It's reading from github.com/sam253 narula/config repo 2022 b3, and it's caching into my temporary location. Now same, it will read this also. So I'm showing you the URLs of config server. You can see it's reading from remote git repo now. It's no longer remote git repo. Is it clear now? From where is the config server reading now? Is it reading from my local git repo or remote git repo? Guys, which repository? Local or remote? Answers in the
Remote.
chat. Correct.
Remote.
So you can always confirm this by hitting the config server URLs. And I would always advise or recommend that you test always, like from where is it reading if you're creating from scratch. This is done. Next is we start the config client and it will connect with config server and cache the properties. Okay, it is started. Let's check the greeting and config1 greeting. It's working fine. You can see, right? So this is also working fine. Next is, okay, refreshing imported projects without restarting project. Okay, what if now I update certain property here? Let's say I'm going to update this property here. I want to remove mango. Or let's say, yeah, I want to remove mango. So I've removed mango. So if I hit get fruits, will I get mango or will I not get mango?
If the server will restart, then will not get the mango.
Correct. If we restart, will not get the mango because it will recache, but
Yes.
currently it is cached.
Yes,
So it
sir.
is not dynamically refreshing. So there is a refresh endpoint which is there, which you need to manually hit to refresh. Now, how do we hit that? I'll show that. So here it's actually a post call. I don't know why they made it post. They should have made it get. It would be much easier. But now we'll have to use Postman for this. My bad. Actuator, refresh. So this is a refresh endpoint. It will not work here because this method is not allowed. It's a post API. And on here also they should write which kind of a method it is. So I think this, actuator needs to improve. This they should write the method is get or post. This API is get or post. How will we come to know, right? So this is a post one. Now I'm telling you so you know that. So we need to open Postman. We need to execute this. And once we execute, it will tell you which values were modified. So it is telling you that my.list.values were modified. So it's telling you that not here, sorry. It's telling you that my.list.values have been modified. If you hit it again, we have not, it will not just tell you what is modified, it will also refresh it. Now, if you hit this, you'll get proper one without restarting the application. You see? Now, if you hit this again, will you get this? Will you get this my.list.values, or you will not get this?
No, no, will not get.
Correct, because it is already refreshed. The state in your GitHub and state of your application cache is in sync, so you're not getting anything. Empty. Okay, so this is about dynamic refreshing. Coming to the last topic of this, managing configurations for multiple projects. So what it means, managing configurations for multiple projects. Right now, as you saw, like we had one config client. What if you have two config clients? There are total 3 projects now. So how do you say like config client should pick properties when it connects to config server from config 2 and not config 1? Which property is used for that? Guys, can anyone tell
By
me?
by the name of the application we put.
Correct. Correct. So by this property, we are telling config client, hey config client to connect with config server and get me the properties inside config2.yaml. So it will do that. So this application, when it starts, it will run on port 8082. We have the same kind of controllers here. And we can check here config2. We'll check the app name. It's on 8082. So let's go to 8082. So here we can see it's giving us configuration client 2. So this is how it works. So this was the last topic of configuration management. So is everyone clear about configuration management, how it works, how you dynamically without restarting project refresh properties, which endpoint to use actuator, how to use actuator refresh endpoint, it's a post endpoint. So you need to use Postman, how you manage configuration for multiple projects, how you read properties from local Git repo, how you read properties from remote Git repo, right? Is it clear to everyone? If this entire module is clear, you can write clear in the chat, else you can ask your doubts. Divya, is it clear? Venkat, are you from college student or like experienced folk? Just asking like. Or you have background into different thing, like not much work in Java.
Yeah, actually, I'm switching my career midway. So I'm new to programming. So
that is why you are a little bit struggling, because this is like advanced concepts, but it's good at least if you're able to get even 80% of 50% is very good.
yeah, I'm learning. So it's a new thing for me, of course, but I'm getting it, you know.
Guys, I provide personal training also on this Spring Boot. So later you can connect in person for that if you want to go up for it.
Okay, sure. We'll do that.
Divya, which thing you have not understood from this topics? Which particular one? Or overall it is? All right, no worries. We'll take a lunch break and We'll continue with the next module after that. Divya, meanwhile, you can go through these and I'll clear your doubts so that you take the most out of this training. Like post lunch, if you can possibly, go through things and ask more clear doubts, I'll clear all the doubts you have. And after lunch, let's continue with Spring Security, then AOP. And if everything is done, I'll have a doubt clearing session. You can ask for career advices, or if you want to learn microservice design patterns, I'll have to search where I've kept my projects and I can import and teach you that also. Or if you want to learn advanced Git concepts like cherry picking, rebasing, I can explain you that also, like whatever. So welcome to learning Spring Security. Before we begin with Spring Security, first, let's understand the place of Spring Security in the domain of security in computer science. So let's understand different layers of security that we have, and what is application security and what is Spring Security. Let's start with different layers of security. The very first layer that we have is hardware security, like physically securing and uniquely identifying our hardware to the other trusted systems. So first layer is hardware security. After hardware security, the next layer is network security. In network security, we deal with transport layer security and firewalls. Basically, if you're using AWS, you handle your network level security by using your VPC, proper inbound and outbound rules via your security groups. Then is your operating system. So, your operating system, your security is by having proper user access control, having software restrictions and application security. Like generally, if you get a laptop from a company, they put some operating system level security and give you, so you cannot install softwares from untrusted systems. So that is operating system level security. Then what is application security? Application security basically focuses on good coding practices, proper data handling, application user access control, and application user access control is the place where Spring Security comes into picture. So this is what we are going to learn, like how we can enable application user access control. So let's understand now what is Spring Security. It's a Java. Basically it provides Java 2 EE application security services. Basically allows you to have authentication and authorization for your microservice APIs. It helps to secure enterprise applications and internet-facing applications. It provides authentication, means who can access your APIs. It provides authorization, means what the authenticated users can access, which APIs are allowed by a particular group of authenticated users. That is what is meant by authorization, what the authenticated user can access. So that are the basics of security, and what you're going to learn is application layer security by using Spring Security. Let's understand some basic terminologies in Spring Boot. So we have key terminologies in Spring Boot. Some key terminologies are there. So they are authentication, authorization. Authentication means if a user has proper credentials, they're able to authenticate to the system and log into the system. Then we have authorization. Authorization means what the authenticated user can access. Principal means the currently logged in user. Granted authority means what the currently logged in user can do. And roles are grouping of users together. So you can have groups and permissions in that group, and then create users in that group, or maybe add existing users to that group. Types of authentication. Different types of authentication are knowledge-based authentication, which is your username, password-based authentication. Possession-based authentication, which is like your RSA token. If you have a RSA token or your Google app authenticator, so you have that authenticator app which you have configured successfully, right? First time. So that is your possession. You have your mobile phone in your possession which has that app, and via that you are able to log in. Then is multi-factor authentication. So multi-factor authentication means what? First you enter your username, password, then you enter the 6 numbers or any number of numbers which are generated using your authentication app like Google Authenticator or any other app. Let's understand filters and Spring Security. So what happens is, like, let's say these are your APIs, check inventory, view inventory. So whenever a API request comes to your web application, this is your web application, there is this filtering layer which you can add by implementing Spring Security. Your API request will be intercepted by this layer. It will check the parameters in your API request, by whom is this API request made. If that person is authenticated, then allow that API request, and after authentication it checks if he's trying to access check inventory, does that authenticated user has the authorization to check inventory. Okay, if he has the authorization, so you return the response of check inventory. If he doesn't has the authorization, you return forbidden. Okay, so that's about Spring Security. Let's get started with the hands-on. I'll provide you walkthrough of the provided Spring Boot project, code walkthrough, and functionality walkthrough. So this is the Spring Boot security project. This is the main directory, resource directory, POM, and test is just there. We are not using it. And the version that we are using is 2.5.6. And the dependencies that we have added is JPA, Web, H2, Lombok. Test dependency comes by default. We don't really need it. Swagger Fox dependencies to enable Swagger UI. And this is the main dependency. Spring Boot starter security. Now let's open the source main Java. So this is your package name, com.example.security. Here we have placed com.example.security.config. So in this config package, we have placed all the configurations. This is the Swagger configuration, which you're very much familiar with. And these configurations will open and understand this when we'll start. Let me comment out this entire class for now. Then we have this controller. This is a home controller, a default controller. If you hit, it will return welcome. This is the retail store controller. So the application that we have here is kind of a retail store, physical retail store, and it's their operating system UI, or you can say the backend of their UI. So let's say the person who's at the counter wants to check whether particular inventory exists or not. So they can hit this check inventory and check whether that inventory by ID, he'll pass the ID. So he'll check whether that inventory exists or not by ID. Then if he wants to view the inventory, which all things are available in the shop, he can view it by executing view inventory. If the store manager wants to announce a particular discount, so he can announce that discount, and it will be printed on all screens in the store by using this make announcement API. If the e-commerce store owner wants to view the financials, they can hit this view financials and view the financials. And the person at the counter can check out your items by executing this to checkout and passing the other details. Right now, this is a mock method, so I'm not passing any details. So this is how it looks like. I've added a prefix for all the APIs, which is organic veggies. Entity classes that we have here is employee. Employee has ID, name, monthly salary. I've just renamed the column names by using @column JPA annotation. Inventory details. Inventory details has ID, item name, number of items available, price. Yearly financial report has ID here, year, net revenue, material cost. One thing here, guys, if you're going to migrate this project to latest version, like let's say 2.7.3 or 2.7.2, in that case, you cannot give a column name as year. So it will break. I've seen that because I've migrated this project recently. So there are some issues. This is one of the issue, whereas there are no other issues. I have not seen any, but I'm yet to do thorough testing. So you can check out this Spring Boot 2.7.2. here you'll see that I had to rename my entity class column. I had to make it financial year, the column name. I couldn't use year over here in the latest version. Okay, so that's one thing that you can take care of. All right, coming back here. This is JPA repository, employee repository. This is another JPA repository, inventory details repository. This is another JPA repository, yearly financial report repository. This is our interface, retail store service. It has all the abstract methods. Check inventory exists, it returns a Boolean. View inventory, it returns the existing list of inventory. Make announcement, you pass a discount, it just returns you, okay, this much amount discount is available. View financials, it returns you financial reports in a form of list. And do checkout, this returns you a fake checkout. And this is the concrete implementing classes. Here you can see I've auto-wired all the JPA repositories that I have, and these are the methods. Check inventory exist, so I check in the inventory table if inventory exists. View inventory, I execute find all inventory and get all records in the inventory table. For discount, I say okay, 50% is passed, 50% off, I return 50% off. Yearly financial report, I use the yearly financial report table and get all the records and return it in form of list. Do checkout, I return fake checkout. So these are the APIs. Since we have Swagger, so let's see. Let's understand the application functionality first before we implement anything, like before we implement any security. Yeah, so first also let's remove the security that we have in place. You'll notice I've not used DevTools here. Reason being, it will become difficult for me to explain you if I use DevTools, since we have to enter the passwords and all. So that's the reason why I've removed DevTools from here. All right, so you can see I've configured H2. So we are using the H2 database, added this property so that I can preload some data into these tables from data.sql. So I'm inserting some inventory details, I'm inserting some employees, I'm inserting the financial reports for 2 years. Guys, I'll just have water and be back. 1 minute. Okay, I'm back. Okay, the next thing is okay, we have security because I commented the dependency after starting the application. Let me restart it. So I hope all the files are clear, right? What all files we have. Since now you know the fundamentals, you understand these things. Okay, applications are getting started. Now, let me close these tabs. These are done. This is just for your reference. Check my Git repo always. Okay, so you can see like you can view the inventory by using view inventory. You can also access H2 console, so you can view all the inventory. We have this chips, hide and seek biscuit, a number of hide and seek biscuits we have is 500. Price of each biscuit is 35. We have apple, banana, bandage, chips. We have 1 kg salt packets. We can check whether inventory exists by ID. Let's check if there is any inventory with ID 1. So there is inventory with ID 1. So it returned true. Let's try checking out some items. So you can see it's a fake API. It returns fake checkout. let's try to make a discount. Let's give 90% discount. You can see 90% off. Let's view financials of the company. So you can see that in 2019, this was the net revenue, material cost, net profit. In 2020, this was the net revenue, material cost, profit. This is the functionality and this is the home controller. If you try it out, you can see it returns this welcome. And also if you want to see what exactly it is, you can just pick this up, copy, open new tab, paste. It will appear like this for a simple UI. Small MVC. You can also refer your index.html page from there if you want to do something fancy. But I've just done small MVC kind of a thing. Okay, so that's about the code walkthrough and functionality walkthrough. Is everyone clear with the code and functionality of this project before we start implementing Spring Security? All right. All right. So let's see what are the different implementations of Spring Security and what we will cover in this course. So different implementations of Spring Security are form-based security, token-based security. In this course, what you're going to learn is form-based security. We are not going to learn token-based security. I have not created any project to demonstrate that. Please, Gayatri, go ahead. All right.
Sorry.
No problem. All right. Hands-on. Inject Spring Security dependency in POM file and demo the default implementation. So we'll see what happens when we add the Spring Security dependency in the POM file. What is the default behavior? How do we add the Spring Security dependency in the POM file? I'm going to demo the default Spring Security implementation by logging in and logging out of the default created username. There is a form that will appear, will log in and log out, and the default username will be user and password will be printed in the logs. So let's stop the application, clear the logs, open the POM, scroll down and uncomment this. Let's save it. Let the build complete. Build is completed. Let's start the application. Application also has a H2 console, so you can also view the same things that we saw, like inventory, financial details, employee table by logging into the H2. Okay, so here's the password. Let's copy it. Let's go there. Let's open local host 8080/, and you can see this form appears. The default username is user and the password is the one which I just copied from the console using generated security password. Let's click this sign in and you can see it has I'm landed to my home page, which is the default page, and it has returned me welcome. Now if I want to log out, this is the URL. You just need to type /logout. You see this button. Are you sure you want to log out? Yes. So you click this. So you see this button, you have successfully signed out. If I try to log in with wrong username, password, you'll see this another error page which says bad credentials. So you've seen like what is the default behavior of Spring Security. It adds the mandatory authentication for URL. It adds the login form, logout form. It handles the login error, creates a user with default username user, and sets a default password, which was this one. Aryan, we cannot like if you want to change the form, I think there is a way to change the form, but right now this is the default form which we get and it's good enough. So I've just used this one. You'll have to figure out like how you can do it. There must be a way. But then I wonder like for the submit button that I click, it is internally doing something, right? So if they've exposed certain APIs via that library, then it is possible, or some other SDK way. Okay, let's disable the default generated username and password. So let's learn about the property which is required for disabling the default generated username and password. So to disable basically not just that, but disable the Spring security in itself without removing the dependency. These are the properties. You need to exclude these files and it will exclude Spring security. Even if you have the dependency, it won't be implemented, like you will not get the default Spring security. Like temporarily for development, if you don't want to waste time in logging in, logging out while creating or debugging or developing your application in local, you can just exclude it by using these two properties. There is some caching issue in the browser sometimes. So I recommend using incognito browser for this Spring security, and while you are implementing Spring security. Let's execute this and see. Okay, see, there is a caching issue I see in the application. Okay, so yeah, there is no caching issue. It's just like I disabled my Spring security. So that is why there is no authentication form. So I've disabled my Spring security by adding these two properties, by excluding these two classes from getting loaded into the Spring container on application start. Spring security, auto configuration, management, web security, auto configuration. Just the boilerplate code. If you want to disable the security without removing the dependency, like disable the default security. Let's not disable the security since this demo is done. Let me add it back, terminate the application. Let's see the next hands-on. So if you remember, like I demonstrated how you can disable, but then I've re-enabled the security by commenting out these two properties. Now let's customize the login username. I don't want that default username user and that big password. I want to customize it. So the way to customize it is we need to add these two properties. Spring security user.name username, which is Samarth. Spring security user.password, and the password will be admin. Let's start this application. Let's use the normal one only until we face any caching issue on browser. If we face caching issue, then let's use incognito. Okay, application is starting. It's not yet started. Spring security application takes some time to start. You can see 19 seconds. Okay, now it has started. Okay, so username is Samarth only and password is admin. So you can see I'm able to log in. So I've customized my username password. I'll no longer see the default generated password in the logs. Let's log out. Let's log out. That was about customizing the login username and password. Now let's come to customizing the login username and password by creating security configuration file. So what you learned was via creating this, right? Properties. Now let's see how we can do the same by property file. Okay. So we have created this property file now, which is security configuration with in memory. I've named this class like that. Here we are extending web security configurer adapter. And since it's a security configuration class, we have annotated this class with enable web security. And since we've extended this class, we are overriding the configure method. It has multiple configure methods. If you go inside, you'll see it has multiple configure methods. It has some static inner classes. Yeah, you can see it has multiple configure method, one which takes web security, one which takes HTTP security. So for this one, we are overriding this one, which takes authentication manager builder. So this is also one of the method here, or maybe in its parent. Okay, it's the interface. So it's coming from here or from its parent. See, here it is. It is inside this only configure, which is taking this parameter authentication manager builder. So I'm overriding this configure method, which has this parameter authentication manager builder. Now I want to customize my username and password, right? So all I need to do is use this auth, and for customizing, I'm going to use in-memory authentication. So I'm using in-memory authentication. And I'm creating one user, which is Samarth, and the password will be Samarth, and the role will be store owner, only one user. Right now, you'll see like when I'll start this application, I'll get an exception because by mandatorily we have to define a password encoder and encrypt and store this password. Or even if you don't want to encrypt, if you want a password encoder for a namesake, which is not actually doing anything, just satisfying or tracking Spring Boot application, you can do that also. I'll come to that. But let me show you what error or exception you get if you don't define a password encoder here. So instead of creating a user from here, user and password from here, what we are doing is we are using in-memory based authentication using this configuration file, using this configure method, which has this authentication manager builder. And we are using this reference and we are building in-memory authentication. And the user that we are building is Samarth, and the password we are setting is Samarth for the user Samarth. And the role we are setting for him is store owner. Okay, so you can see that application has successfully started, but let's see what happens if we try to log in. So let's enter the password admin. Sorry, Samarth. Password for Samarth is now Samarth. So you see nothing happened. I just clicked it, nothing happened. But here you'll see an exception. So here you can see there is no password encoder mapped with ID null. So it is mandatory that you define a password encoder. How do you define a password encoder? You can use this bean also. So using this bean, you can create this bean in this class, get password encoder, which is returning no ops password encoder. It is deprecated because it's actually a bad idea to have a no password encoder because it's not actually encrypting, it's directly storing your plain text password inside your RAM. And anybody who gets access to your RAM data or tries to crawl or get access somehow to your application, heap dump, thread dump, and gets a RAM data access, they might be able to get the password out of that. Hackers have those kind of tools. So this is a bad idea. I'll come to the good one, but first I want to show you the bad one. So here you can see it's a no ops password encoder get instance. It's returning password encoder. It's a password encoder for the namesake. And if I add this, since I've added it, let me restart and it will work. Okay, let's try to sign in now. Okay, bad credentials. Let me enter it again correctly. Let me try to refresh and see. Let me check here also. Application is started. Samarth. Let's copy from here. Paste, sign. Okay, I was maybe making some typo. So you can see it's returning welcome. So this is actually working. If you want to add another user also, if you're not happy with just one credentials, you want two different credentials for two different persons in your project, you can add that by using and with another user, Rohan, and the password for Rohan is Rohan, and the role is store clerk. Let's restart. Let's try to log in with Rohan. Okay, our application has started. Let's go back. Let's try to log in with Rohan. So we are logging in with Rohan and our login is successful. Let's log out. Let's log in with Samarth. Let's copy this, paste Samarth, sign in. So we are able to log in with Samarth also. So you have seen like we have two username passwords now. So now let's say Samarth is logging from here. This is his laptop and Rohan is using another this. So Rohan will log from his laptop and your application is on cloud. So both of the users can concurrently access by different laptops or by different IPs or by different this like sessions, browser sessions. So I hope this is clear. Parallel access is there. So we have done this. We have created another login username and password also, which was Rohan. Role was store clerk. Next is I'll show you the issue that happens with H2 console UI since we are using H2 console and we have enabled Spring security. So H2 console also requires certain kind of authentication. But as we know, H2 console has its own authentication. So why do we need to add a separate authentication layer to it? So let me show you this. See, it just actually redirected me over here. Even if I do this login, you'll see I'll come over here and let me insert the credentials and show you the issue. So the URL is this veggies.tb. Username is admin. There is no password. So you can see I'm getting forbidden here. So there is a problem. That is a problem because we need to disable Spring security onto H2 because it has its own authentication. We can do this by using this configure method, which takes web security, and we can say web security ignores patterns with this, like anything which is H2 console / anything. Like if there is any API calls to this application, which is like localhost :8080 / H2 console : anything. The star means wildcard. There can be anything. Just ignore web security onto that. Now that I've added this, let's log in again. Let's start again. Close this. All right, let's log in with Samarth now. Now, since we are logged in, let's go to H2 console. Now, let's modify this again. Let's provide the proper URL. Admin, no password. You can see I'm able to successfully log in now. So we have ignored Spring security for the H2 because it has its own security. Now let's come to encrypting password and storing it in database. Although we won't be able to see the encrypted password as long as we are learning in-memory authentication. You'll see the encrypted password and how it looks like when we'll move to JDBC based authentication because the password will be saved in our H2 database. Okay, coming back here, let's learn about the bcrypt encryption algorithm. And we are going to implement the bcrypt for encrypting password and storing in the memory authentication, like storing for in-memory based authentication. So what is bcrypt? Bcrypt is a type of a password encoder, basically a password encoding algorithm, which we use to encrypt our password. And we're going to encrypt our password with this password encoder and store it in our application memory for authentication. Bcrypt is also known as one-way password encoder. What it means by one-way password encoder is that once you encrypt your password, you cannot decrypt your password again. So if you know your original password, how that authentication takes place is the password you will pass from the UI or from the form. It will take that plain text password, encrypt it again with Bcrypt algorithm, and it will compare the two encrypted passwords. So that is how it matches the password. So it means that Bcrypt is a one-way password encoder. Once you encrypt, let's say password admin to some random hash, it cannot be decrypted back to admin. If you want to compare what's the password, what you have to do is you have to pass the password. Let's say you pass admin again, it will encrypt admin again and compare the two encrypted passwords and allow your authentication, allow you to access your application by saying, okay, you're successfully authenticated. So that is why Bcrypt is known as one-way password encoder. Encoded password cannot be decoded back to original password. Implementing Bcrypt for encrypting password and storing in memory for authentication. By default, with no ops password encoder, as I explained to you, it's a namesake password encoder. Password is stored as plain text in memory, which compromises your security. So let's learn how to encrypt password and store it in application memory. So in order to use Bcrypt, here is the code. Let me comment this. So by writing the below configuration, we can store we can store our password in memory by encrypted. We can encrypt and store our password in memory basically. So if you use password encoder factories, create delegating password encoder, by default, it will create Bcrypt password encoder. And if you don't like this method, if you want to see the word Bcrypt, you can define a bean like this. I'll show you this method also. But right now you can see like I'm using this inline method, this one-liner method, in which I create a password encoder for encoding my passwords. And like I'm using this password encoder factories create delegating password encoder. It is returning me a Bcrypt kind of a password encoder. Now let's encrypt and store our password. So this is how we do it. Auth in-memory authentication with user Samarth, and we are encrypting and storing the password. We are using this encryptor encoder dot encode Samarth, and role is Samarth is store owner, and with user Rohan, password is encoder dot encode Rohan is the password. So encode Rohan, and encrypted password will be stored for the password, and role is store clerk. This is how we encrypt and store the password. It will work fine. Let me just demonstrate. Okay, let's close this. Let's open 8080 again. Let's log in with Samarth. Password will remain same. So what Bcrypt will do is it will take that Samarth password, encrypt it again, and compare the two encrypted passwords, the one which I have passed and one which is in memory. And if the encrypted passwords match, it will allow the successful authentication. That is how it works. Is everyone clear about in-memory authentication? What all you have learned so far? All right, cool. Okay. Next, we'll learn about JDBC based authentication. We're going to build JDBC based authentication schema, users, password, and role. As part of this hands-on, we're going to build JDBC based authentication with H2 database as our data source with default schema with usernames, passwords, and their roles. We're going to create same users, which is Samarth and Rohan, and same roles, which is store owner and store clerk, as we had in-memory authentication configuration. We're going to verify our changes by logging into the H2 database. First, let me comment this class out. Second, let's open this. Let's uncomment this. Let me prepare this class. All right. So here in this class, this is the same one. Like I've extended web security configurer adapter. There also I extended same. Here also I'm extending same. Here also I am using this configure method, which is taking authentication manager builder as an argument. I'm overriding the same configure method. Here additionally, I've auto-wired the data source. Spring Boot is very smart. Once you auto-wire the data source, you can automatically inject that data source, H2 data source, anywhere you like. So here there is an injection point. Now without encryption, how it looks like. So how do you do the JDBC based authentication? In memory, you saw it was like in memory authentication. Here it is JDBC based authentication. So auth.in-memory, auth.jdbc authentication. Similarly, there will be many more. So these are the two which I'm demonstrating and I've explored. There is like C authentication, event publisher. There will be many. In-memory, JDBC, LDAP authentication. If you want to dive deep into Spring security or application layer security, you can try these out or just learn about them. But in this course, we're going to focus on in-memory, which you have learned, and JDBC, which you're going to learn. Okay, so here we are implementing JDBC based authentication. Data source is our data source. We have injected it, and we are asking it to create a default schema with username as Samarth, password as Samarth, role as store owner. Another user is Rohan, password is Rohan, role is store clerk. Let's start this application. We don't have any encryption, so passwords will be saved as plain text inside the database, and tables will be automatically created inside the database. And I'll show you how the tables created looks like. Aryan normal JDBC based connection is not part of this. This is a Spring Boot course. So here JDBC authentication is handled by Spring Boot. We just use this .jdbc authentication method and pass it the data source we want to connect to. Because if you have multiple databases, you will be having some more configurations and two different classes which would handle your two different databases. That's a different rare scenarios. Like if one application is connecting to two different databases, that kind of a scenarios. But here we have we are not focusing on that. The focus is on Spring security. Okay, so application has started and let's log into the H2. Yeah, first we need to authenticate ourselves so that we can access all APIs. Let me see. Okay, so we need a password encoder. Even if we are not encoding our password, still we need to define our password encoder. This is a feature of Spring Boot, otherwise it will not allow us to execute anything. Okay, so our application has started. Let's sign in. I think I'll have to refresh. Okay, bad credentials. Let me see. So username is Samarth, password is Samarth. Does not look like decrypt. Oh, so I'll have to use no ops password encoder. If you get this error, understand that you'll have to use no ops password encoder. Okay. Let's restart because we have defined password encoder previously, but we were not encrypting. So it was complaining that we need to have either no ops, or if you're using bcrypt, we need to encrypt our password and store. Like it was not matching. That is what it was complaining. So that is how I came to know by reading the logs. Okay, our application, okay, it's still starting. It takes 18 to 19 seconds. Okay, started. Still. Let me copy this. Okay, it's working now. It was some kind of a caching issue, it seems. So you can see like I had to define this password encoder no ops, which is a namesake password encoder, to show you how plain text password looks like in the database. If you define a bcrypt encoder, and if you don't use that bcrypt encoder the way I've done in the next step when I'll come to it, then in that case from this version, latest version, or this version that I'm using, 2.5.6, it will not allow you to authenticate. Till this version it is to allow, but now it's not allowing. So as you saw, I had to mandatorily define no ops password encoder if I'm not planning to encode and save my password. Also, I need to enable my H2. As you've seen an issue with H2, I need to allow disable string security onto H2 as H2 has its own authentication. Okay, let me open new tab, close previous one for any caching issues. Let's log in. Let's copy this. Let's provide it like this normally. Let's use H2 console. This is correct. Login. No thanks. So we are able to log into our H2. And here you will see these three entities we had defined using entity classes, right? Employee, inventory details, yearly financial report. But since we have enabled JDBC based authentication, you can see we have these two additional tables, which is users and authorities. In users, let me show you the data. So in users, we have these two users, Samarth, and the password is stored as plain text in the database. So anybody having access to the database can get your password and use it. Okay, Venkat has this question, why is it showing strike through in the return inside no ops password encoder? That is because it's a deprecated method. This is a deprecated method. That is why it's showing like that. Okay, and select from authorities. Here you can see Rohan has this role and it appends this role underscore ahead of that, and it names it like this: role underscore store clerk, Samarth role underscore store owner. This is how it is. And this is the plain text way. You can see the passwords are in plain text. They are not encrypted. It's time to encrypt and store the password. So let's encrypt and store the password. So we are not going to use what is not recommended, which is no ops. We're going to use what is recommended, which is bcrypt password encoder. The way to create bcrypt password encoder, this is one way. Before, what you saw in the last in memory one was this way, in inline way. This also creates bcrypt encoder. This also creates bcrypt encoder. Just two ways of doing the same thing. Now let's authenticate. Let's like basically encrypt and store our password. So again, JDBC data source is same data source we inject with default schema with username Samarth. Password is here we are calling this get password encoder, and we get this password encoder, which is of type bcrypt password encoder, and we call the encode method, and we encode Samarth, which is the password, and store it into the database, and role is store owner. Same we do for Rohan. Now that we have encrypted our password, let me restart the application and show you how the encrypted password looks like. This my bad, this wrong clicks. Yes, save and okay, this file was not saved. If you don't want to encrypt, this should be the way. Okay, our application has started, and let's go to the database. Let's close this. Let's open new tab. Let's again sign in. Copy the username because the password is the same. Let's navigate to H2. Let's sign into H2. Let's write the queries. Here you can see now the password is encrypted and stored. So this is how it is. This is how the bcrypt encrypted password looks like. And you can study about bcrypt. It's a one-way password encoder. No one can decrypt it. Only way to decrypt it, if you want to write a decrypt password brute force attacker kind of application, what you can do is use dictionary attack, use the entire dictionary, take all words, encrypt all words, and compare the encrypted values. That's the way to do it. Okay, so this is it. This is about this. Next, let's go to next one. Now that you have learned about authentication, let's study about how to enable authorization. So now you know how to authenticate different users, how to create different users, how to create different roles for those users. It's time for you to learn about authorization. What the authenticated users can access, which APIs the store owner Samarth can access, which APIs store clerk Rohan can access. So in this hands-on, we're going to ensure only store owner should be able to access all APIs. Store clerk should be able to access only check inventory, view inventory, and do checkout APIs. Then we will verify our changes by logging in with different role-based users, and then by testing the APIs on Swagger UI. Okay, so we want to add some authorization. This is the way to do it. We override the configure method of web security configurer adapter, which takes HTTP security as an argument. Then we use this reference http.csrf. You have to disable CSRF from the later versions of Spring Boot, which is like 2.5.6 onwards. In the previous one, we didn't have to do it, but from the later one, we have to do it. Otherwise, your post APIs won't work. And authorize which request, which are matching these URLs. So I want to authorize view financials, make announcements only to store owner, who is Samarth. And I want to authorize check inventory, view inventory, do checkout to store clerk as well as store owner. So store owner has access to view inventory, make announcement, check inventory, view inventory, do checkout, these 5 APIs. Whereas store clerk has access only to check inventory, view inventory, do checkout. And I want to access the default path, which is / only, which returns you welcome. That API access to everyone. Whoever is authenticated should be able to see that. So I want to provide that access to everyone, permit all. And I want a form-based authentication. So .form login. So this is the way to add authentication. So store owner can access this. So we go from highest level to the lowest level, as you can see, in terms of providing authorization. So let's again log in and let's understand this functionality now. So since Samarth has access to everything, I think I have not run my application. Yeah, I need to start. Since Samarth has access to everything, so Samarth should be able to access all the APIs, and Rohan should be able to access only check inventory, view inventory, do checkout. And this default should be accessible to everyone who is authenticated. Aryan, if you want to understand normal JDBC based connection, like in core Java, you'll have to enroll for any core Java course. This is very advanced course, right? Because here the expectation is you know the basics of Java. Okay, so this is done. Application has started. So we want to provide access to this basic URL to everyone. Let me log out, so any previous caching must be there. Let's sign in with Samarth. I've signed in with Samarth. Let's access Swagger UI. We have access Swagger UI. Home controller is accessible to everyone, so no one should get 403, and we can see the welcome here. Now all APIs should be accessible to Samarth. So let's check inventory with ID 1. It is there. We got true. We didn't get forbidden. We got 200. Let's do checkout. Fake checkout. Let's make an announcement. Store owner is very happy today. He wants to give everything free, 100% off. And let's view financials. We can view the financials of the company. View inventory. We can view the inventory. So is everyone clear about why Samarth is able to access all APIs? Is everyone clear about this authorization code over here and how you need to write it? I'll show you the Rohan one also, store clerk. But first, is this much clear? I'll demonstrate that. Got it. So is everyone is clear so far? Let me demonstrate Rohan also. So let's say now I want to log in with Rohan. So I'll log out with Samarth. Sorry. I want to log in with Rohan, login. Now I want to access Swagger, home controller, write out, and Rohan is able to access the home controller. Rohan should not be able to view the financials of the company. He's a store clerk. So let's see. So you can see he's getting forbidden. He tried to sneak into the financials of the company and it was not allowed. He tries to, let's say, make announcement of 100% discounts to drive people crazy. So it's also not allowed since he's a store clerk and we have configured that way, forbidden. Whereas what he can do is he can help checking out items. So we can see fake checkout. He can check whether a particular inventory exists by ID. He can check that. He can view inventory in the store. And yes, he can do that. So is everyone clear about this authorization that we have set for Samarth and Rohan? Store owners and store clerk roles. Rishal, Ashish, Aryan, Divya, Madhav, Olga, Repco, guys. Okay, so with this, Spring Security is done. If you have any doubts, you can ask, then we'll move to AOP. Venkat has one question. Are there any other advanced implementations of Spring Security, like any third-party libraries and in enterprise application industry? So in terms of Spring Security, like advanced implementations is like, this is for API level security. Nowadays, people generally prefer token-based authentication. So token-based authentication and authorization, based on the token you possess, you'll have the authorization. That's what is preferred. If you see everything like Git is also having kind of a token based authentication, which is their PAT token, personal access token, right? So that's a kind of a token based authentication. For Twitter also, if you don't want your account to be hacked by some person, so you can enable a token based authentication. You can use Google Authenticator app to authenticate into the app after entering username password. All right. So before we move to AOP, everyone is clear, I think. So we are good to move to AOP. So we have completed Hibernate, Spring Cloud modules, and Spring Security. Now we'll move to audit, building audit system with AOP. So you see, in 2 days, you've learned so many projects. But you need to revise it, otherwise you'll forget it. You need to rewatch the recording once you receive, and you need to revise these projects, go through the application code. Okay, let's get started with Spring Boot AOP then. What is aspect oriented programming? What is AOP? AOP stands for basically aspect oriented programming. So it deals with aspects. So what is aspect? Aspect is a class which contains your cross-cutting concern logic. So what is cross-cutting concern logic? So what are these cross-cutting concerns? Logging, transaction management, auditing. Then as you saw, exception handling are the cross-cutting concerns. And Spring Boot has provided you the custom exception handler. Yesterday you learned about the exception handler in Spring Boot, right? So that's internally it's using AOP. But annotations are built using AOP. So they have built it using Spring Boot AOP. So that's the separation of, like, there they were separating the cross-cutting concern logic of exception handling. So today we are going to separate the cross-cutting concern of logging by using AOP, and we are also to implement some basic auditing so that you can implement auditing if you're working in any audit firm or somewhere, so that you have auditing for the APIs executed. Let's understand what is aspect, advice, point cut, join point. So these are some key terms which you must get familiar with or understand first, then we'll start. So aspect is nothing. It is a Java class which has your cross-cutting concern logic. Advice is nothing. It's just a method inside the aspect class which contains your cross-cutting concern logic. Point cut is again nothing. It just helps you in selecting the business logic method, basically your service class methods, where you want to apply your cross-cutting concern logics on. So it apply your join point. That is nothing but your cross-cutting concern logic on. What is join point? As a name suggests, it joins two places. It joins your aspect class code and your service class code, which is your service class method code, which is your business logic method code. So this is a place in the code where cross-cutting concerns can be applied, or we can say it's a combination of point cut and advice. So inside your aspect methods, you'll use a join point reference, class reference to perform or to get certain, like let's say your business logic method name or some argument you have passed to it, that kind of a detail. Now let me provide you walkthrough of the provided employee management system. So I built a very simple employee management system, on top of which you're going to learn AOP and you're going to learn how to build auditing system with AOP. So this is the project Spring Boot AOP. And let me open the POM file. Here you can see we are using the Spring Boot version 2.5.6. Dependencies, we are using JPA, Web, DevTools, H2, Lombok, Swagger, that's all. So there is no special dependency you see for AOP. There's nothing special is required. It comes along with your Spring Boot itself. This is the main class, simple looking main class. This is your Swagger config. Here's the main controller package name. This is your controllers. So we have these controllers. This is your employee management controller, and we have again used H2 database. We have built these APIs, add a new employee, update existing employee, get employee by ID, delete employee by ID. These are some tables. We'll have audit log table with ID creation, create date, description column. We'll have employee table with ID, name column. These are JPA repositories so that you can perform CRUD operations onto your tables. This is the employee service IMPL. And this is the service class, which has your business logic methods. These methods are called as business logic methods. Whatever code you have inside this method is called as your business logic. This is actually called as your business logic. Okay. Let's start this. Yeah, let me see. Everything is commented. Okay, so let's say we don't have any AOP as of now. I'm just commenting it out. Let's start this application. Let's understand the basic functionality first. Okay, application has started. Let's go here. Let's go to Swagger. And this is audit control. Here you'll see your audit logs, but right now I've just disabled that, so let's not touch it. Let's focus on employee controller. You can add an employee. Let's say I want to add employee with name Sam. Execute. Employee added. Update employee. I don't like the name Sam. I want to make it Samarth. Employee updated. I want to get employee by ID 1, which is Samarth. So here I'm getting him. Then I want to delete Samarth. So done. So you can see this is how you can play around with APIs. Simple add, update, get by ID, delete APIs. Is everyone clear with the functionality that we have here? Guys? Clear with the employee management system APIs? All right, then let's move to AOP. Okay, let's understand what are the types of advices in Spring AOP. So there is a before advice. This advice runs before the selected method is executed. And similarly, we have after advice. So it will run after the selected method is executed. And for this advice, it does not matter if your method is returning a value or throwing an exception. It is always executed after your business logic method is executed. After returning advice is runs only on successful execution of your selected methods. After throwing runs only after unsuccessful execution of your selected methods. Around runs before and after the selected execution of the selected business logic methods. Okay, so these are the types of advices. You'll better understand it when we'll start the practicals, so don't worry. For now, about the theoretical part, you'll understand when we start. I'll explain you by creating one kind of advice. So let's start with before advice to log before all our business logic method executions. So tell me one thing. If you want to say employee added or employee add addition starting kind of a thing, like employee add employee started. So you'll put it here, right? Normally what you do, you'll put it here. This is how we do it, right? Now, if you want to do the same thing for all methods, what will you have to do? You'll have to do this. And so on. Let's say tomorrow you create 10 more methods, you'll have to do for 10 more methods. Such a lengthy thing, right? Now, if you try to hit add employee, it will print in the logs add employee. Where is it? Let me see. Add employee started. I think I hit it too fast. Okay, it was application had not started. Now it has started. So here you can see add employee started is getting printed. So this is how lengthy it is. So there is a better way, that is by using before advice. Instead of adding this so many times, all I want is my method name started, right? So I'll start using AOP now. The same thing can be done very easily. So since this is my aspect class, aspect configuration class, so I've annotated this class with @configuration and @aspect. Next is I've auto-wired my audit repository. I'll come to this later. Right now, you don't need to understand this. Then this is what needs to be auto-wired as of now, which is employee service. I've auto-wired my employee service. And here you can see this is the point cut expression. So with this point cut expression, I'm selecting the business logic methods on which I want to apply this cross-cutting concern logic on. This class is an aspect class. This method is a before advice method. And this is the cross-cutting concern logic. And this is the point cut expression. And this is the type of advice. And this is the join point, which is the bridge between my advice and my business logic method. Got it? Now let me explain this. So point cut expression goes like this. You write this execution, and inside this comes the access modifier, which is public. Return type asterisk means any return type. Package name is com.example.service impl, this one. Dot star means any class inside this package. Dot star again means any method inside that class, any method inside this class. And bracket dot dot means those methods can have any number of arguments. That is what it means over here. So using this join point, I'm saying get signature, get name. This will basically return me my current method. Let's say my add employee is getting executed. Let me close few tabs. Let's say my add employee is getting executed. So it will return me add employee method name from my service class. So it will return me this add employee name, method name over here. And I'll log it that this method, add employee method started. And let's say now my another method is getting executed, update employee. So it will again come intercept and it will get me that update employee started. It will log this. This is how it works. Let me quickly demonstrate. Let's say I'm adding an employee Sam, employee added. You can see here add employee started. So you can see I don't have those log statements here anymore, but still it's getting logged. So this is getting logged from this before advice method that I have created. Similarly, update employee, I want to update Sam to Samarth, execute, employee updated, update employee started. Isn't this cool? Very fast and efficient way for separating the cross-cutting concerns. If you master this, you can avoid really lot of boilerplate code. Is before advice clear to everyone? Okay, let's learn about after advice. What do you think? What is this after advice? When will it print this add employee ended, update employee ended? Any answers? Yes, Olga, and that is true, but which like after the business logic method execution, right? When cut, not after executing all the business methods, after executing the current business method, which is in context. After method will be executed, even if your method returns or throws exception, that's correct. All right, so let me demonstrate this. Let me remove this so that you don't get confused by seeing too many logs. Let me keep just after advice. So it will be printed only after the business logic method has been executed. So let's refresh. Let's add an employee. So employee added. Here you can see add employee ended. Now if you want start and end both, you can keep both. Repco, you will have to try that out. This is a POC kind of a question which you have asked. It needs to be tried out how you will join. Definitely things are possible, but you will have to tweak around and try it out. Okay, employee added. Yeah, I mean, let's execute this again. Employee added. Here we can see add employee started, add employee ended. Instead of using two different methods like these, can I use around advice and print both of them? Like here, instead of join point, I'll be using preceding join point. And before method execution, I'll be using this, and then I'll use this proceed method, which will then execute my business logic method. Until then, it will halt my business logic method execution, and then it will print that my business logic method ended. So there is this advice you can use if you don't want to use the other two. And at this line number 50, where I've written this proceeding join point dot proceed, this is the actual line when my business logic method gets executed. So this intercepts my business logic method execution. It before executing, you can do something, then you can execute, and then you can do something. Transaction, Olga, I didn't get your question. What do you mean? Like at the rate transaction is around like for transaction management also we use AOP, like for separating out the transaction management, cross-cutting concern. You'll have to study that use case. This is the logging use case that I've taken here, and auditing one. Transaction is not around AOP. For separating out the transaction management, we can use AOP. Like there is a way of transaction management. I've not exactly done it, but I've just read it. Like we can separate out all the cross-cutting concerns, and one of the cross-cutting concern is also transaction management. So you'll have to research and try it out how to do it with AOP. Let me see if I can find you some good reference material. This I think is the old one, XML based. Spring Boot, I am not seeing this. With older one, it was there. It's declarative way, not imperative. So you see, it's with declarative. With imperative, I'm not able to find. You'll have to search a little bit to see. Okay, that use case with imperative, because Spring Boot is more of like automatically detects, automatically configures. Older one was declarative, where you had to declare everything in XML format. Now I think that transaction management is very easy, right? We use @transaction. Maybe internally it is using AOP somehow, but I'm not sure exactly how. Okay, so is everyone clear about before advice, after advice, and around advice? If everyone is clear so far, you can write clear in the chat. I'm not going by the slides, it will take more time. So I'm directly teaching you all the advices from here. Okay, let's see after returning. After returning only executes after successful execution of the method. Let me see if I can fail some execution. All right, for update employee, if it throws runtime exception, after returning advice should not print details of employee added, right? Okay, wait. Here I'm not logging. Okay, here I'm not logging. If you want me to log, I can log. What I'm doing is after successful execution, whenever a new employee is added in the employee table, I'm adding an entry that this employee was added at this time and this date and the details of the employee. Get args will get me the add employee argument. So you can see I'm selecting only the add employee method, not update employee. So I'm selecting the add employee method. I'm getting this employee. And from this employee, okay, it comes as a list. I'm getting the employee and adding that employee details. So this is the auditing part here. I've used the after returning, not for showing like the logging statement logs only after successful logging. I'll try and show that also. But currently what I've done here is I'm saving this. I'm using the audit repository that I've created. So I have the audit repository, audit controller to check the logs. And whenever someone adds an employee, it adds an entry when that employee was added in the employee table in the audit log table. Let's try this out. Yeah, first I need to show you that there's nothing in the audit log table. So you can see audit log table is currently empty. When I add an employee, it will add an audit log saying one employee was added. So I'm adding one employee added. Now I'm checking the audit logs and you can see that details of employee added with ID 1, name as Samarth, and this is the timestamp when Samarth was added into the employee table. So this is how you can enable auditing by using AOP. Okay. After returning is done. Is everyone clear about after returning? Like as soon as Samarth was added to the employee table, it added this entry. Also, let me see the other case. Okay, let me just create another after returning. How about we try this? How about log before? Now it will be after throwing, after returning. So log, let's say log if employee added. Log if employee added. Employee updated, because I'm going to update. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to test a scenario where it throws an exception. If it throws an exception, it should not print whatever I log. Let's say log.info. I want to print employee updated successfully. Let's take this args. So if employees updated successfully, what I'll do is, let me see whether I have the details here or not. It is having the employee. So I'll print this employee. which was updated successfully. So I've just created a new one. I need to change the point cut expression. I forgot that. Let me just copy this, just paste it here. So whenever an employee is updated successfully, it will log employee updated successfully and the employee details. And if it throws exception, if someone tries to update a non-existing employee, someone tries to update a non-existing employee and this throws an exception, this should not run. Okay, that's the whole deal. Let's try it out. Okay, application has started. So basically, let's say I have added one employee with ID 1 name Samarth, and I'm trying to update or exploit the functionality. I don't have any employee with ID 2, right? And I'm trying to insert another employee by trying to exploit the update employee 1. So I tried to update non-existing employee and it has thrown an exception saying there is no employee with ID 2. How about in logs? So in logs, it should not even log. Okay, it has not logged. So you can see employee updated successfully has not been logged. That means after returning only runs after successfully returning. So only if update employee actually updates an employee, that means if this update employee actually inserts, basically updates an existing employee, then only after returning will print this employee updated successfully. Let's test this out. I know I have employee with ID 1. I want to change the name from Samarth. It is, I think, Samarth to Sam. So it's Samarth. I want to change it to Sam. So let's see employee updated. Here, let's scroll down. Here you can see now it is printing employee updated successfully. So is after returning clear to everyone now? I just made this method up right now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go with the next one. After throwing. So if this update employee is not successfully executed, exactly opposite of this. Okay, if it's successfully executed, this one will execute. If it's not successfully executed, it will add an entry in the audit logs table saying error while updating employee, since there is no employee with the employee ID that you're trying to add it with. So let's try this out. We should get an entry now in the audit log table. So since our application has started, all the employees have been removed. So there are no employees in the employee table. And we try to, okay, so there is no employee with ID 1. So it is given that exception. And if you try to get the logs, and here we can see an audit log has been added, error while updating employee, since there is no employee with ID 1. So is after throwing also clear to everyone? Guys? Is after throwing clear? And the good news is you have learned everything. Audit is, this AOP is also done. Now I can take up some ad hoc questions if you have.
Okay, so I have one question. How do we handle payments in Spring Boot? So suppose if I want to have a payment gateway, how can I handle that?
You'll have to do payment gateway integrations. You'll have to check the APIs. Like if you're using PayPal for international transfers, you'll have to check PayPal. If you're using domestic one, so you'll have to use, let's say you're using Paytm or some banking one, so you'll have to check their APIs. They have APIs for it.
Okay, and like it's kind of hard to make in-house payment, what I can say, payment gateway, right?
Yes, you'll have to first register yourself. Like that's a business model entire what you're asking. Like You'll have to register a company, know the entire process. Legals will be involved. Everything is there.
Okay. And like, okay, another question I had. So, like, can you suggest any project, like, if that I create and like I'll have a good idea of how Spring works. Like that yesterday I tried to create the entity and a database connection using H2. So is there any type of project? Because like I always try to learn Spring Boot, but the thing is that I always run short of project ideas. So if there's any
Yeah, sure.
recommendation from
I
your side.
mean, you can try notes application. You can try e-commerce. I've also shown one retail store. You can try detailed APIs. You can participate in hackathons and different places where they are giving you some challenge to build a functionality. Because when you challenge yourself, you learn at much faster rate. I've seen that. Like I've constantly challenged myself in last 5 years since I started, and I could learn very fast when I was challenged. And my speed was not that fast when I was not challenged. So take part in competitions. That's one place. And next is jump into it, do freelancing, jump into a project in based on Spring Boot, try attempt it, and you'll connect with folks also when you do that. Other folks who are working along with you on the same project. You learn from peers. That's another way. And definitely watch videos on YouTube. There are a lot of good people who upload a lot of good stuff to learn different things. Occasionally buy Udemy courses, study from there. Like that is how I do it. And try out projects like try bakery system, parking lot application is very common. Try building multi-level parking lot application. Is there any other way to generate log files in Spring Boot? Rameshwar, I didn't get your questions. Log file, you want, like now logs are in console. You want to take the logs out somewhere, right? That is what you mean to say?
Yeah.
So you can use some log exporters like Logstash or something like that and configure it. You'll have to search over the internet. You'll quickly get it, like to export your logs. Then if you want to extract some matrices also from logs, you can do that. Build some, like in configure Prometheus Grafana.
Okay. So thank you.
Mohammed, course material, I've shared the Git links yesterday. It's all on my GitHub. You can check my GitHub. Username is Sam253 Narula. I'll write my username here. Okay, let me show you one last thing, because yesterday I wanted to show this, but then we would have run out of time. So since today we have some time, let me show you one more thing. Okay, here you can see we have auto-wired an interface. So I saw that none of you have asked this question. Okay, so like you have auto-wired this interface, but which class is it implementing? Right now, there is one class which is implementing one class, right? What if there are two classes? What if there are two classes like this?
The IOC container will automatically manage.
Which how like which one? Let's say this one is having only Spring Boot and it is IT instead of just information technology.
So
Just
it will
making small
decide,
difference.
like it will decide automatically, like which object I need to, like if there is an object in the memory which is already pointing to an existing class, so it will create the object for the other class automatically, like the IOC container.
Yeah, that is how smart we think Spring Boot is, but Spring Boot is not. Let me
It
show
is
you the
going to
error.
use primary annotation, like whichever class we mark primary, that
That's
will
one
be.
way to do it. That's one way to do it. Let me show you different ways. I'll show you the ways which are available on internet using qualifier and using primary, which you just mentioned, and one more way which I have discovered, which is not over the internet. So this is one way which you mentioned. Let me first show the error. So see, Spring Boot is not that intelligent. It is telling you it's failing to start saying Microstream service in this controller file required single bean, but two beans were found. And it is saying that these are the two beans, microservice IMPL one bean and two bean. It needs one, but it's finding two. So consider marking one of the bean with @primary. It's giving you one solution. Updating the consumer to accept multiple beans, or use qualifier to identify the bean that should be consumed. So since there are these two classes, if I mark this one as primary, then it will pick this one. This is one way to do it. Let's start this application. Oh, I remember. We had upgraded it to Swagger Doc, right? Yesterday by the end. So it's a Swagger Doc page. So let's see. Microstream controller is here. So here you can see it is returning me Spring Boot Spring Cloud. It is now coming from Microstream service IMPL and not from Microstream service IMPL2. This is because we have marked it as primary. So whenever there is ambiguity, it will pick the primary one. This is one way to fix it. Let me show you the another way. Another way is here, you'll add bracket and you can write it like this. And similarly over here, the different name definitely. And here use @qualifier and pass the name from here. Let's say I want this one, so I'll pick this one, paste it here, save it. Now it should work fine. So see, application has started and it is picking IMPL2. So is the use of primary and qualifier clear? Guys, if I want to pick the code from this repo, or sorry, from this class and not from this one, what do I need to change here? Anyone? Correct. Remove two. Now it will pick from here because this is matching. This qualifier value is matching with this value. If this qualifier value will match with this value, it will pick up the code from here. Since it is matching now with this, so it will pick up from this. So if I execute, you'll see it's picking from IMPL service 1 and not IMPL service 2. So it's picking from this one, not this one. Okay, now this is the way which is available on internet. I have a better way. Forget qualifier, forget primary. Okay, so forget even writing this. Let's say I'm too lazy to even write this. Now, internally, how Spring Boot names your classes is you can provide this reference name in a camel cased way, like this. Now it will pick from here. Now it will pick from here. So I've given the reference name as camel cased class name. See, it's working perfectly fine. This way is not available on the internet. How did I discover this way? Because I saw like I had read somewhere that the bean names are class names in camel cased way in Spring Boot, and that is how I discovered this trick. It's not over the internet. How did you find this one? Like if I want to go with this, I'll copy this. I'll use this reference name, make it camel case, copy, paste, paste, paste. Done. It will pick from 2. See. Easy. So has everyone learned this trick that I just showed without using qualifier and primary, how you can do it? All right, so that's about the session. We are done. This is on one trick I wanted to show. Do you have any questions or anything that you would like to understand or learn? Madhav, I'm not sure. You'll have to do R&D to search if it is possible through application.property file, what I just demonstrated. Over the internet, you'll find this primary and qualifier way only. And this another way I had searched when I used to work heavily on Spring Boot. That time I had discovered it.
Okay.
All right, let me see. Okay, so I think we are done with the agenda. This was the set agenda. If you guys want to ask any questions regarding all these projects which we have covered in 2 days, you can ask, or yeah, you can ask for career advice also. Aryan, you'll get the recording from Universe team. You can mail them if you don't get, and if still they don't reply, you can ping me on LinkedIn. Madhav, I don't have the recording option with me. It's auto recording onto the cloud. Madhav, is there something you want to talk in person? You can ping me on LinkedIn and we can connect later. Like, all right, guys, I think we are done. PowerPoint files are not shared, guys. They are for teaching purpose only. PowerPoint and curriculums. Recording will be shared. Course notes are in the course application directories only. Wherever notes were required, basic notes, I've added them all. Like here, I've created these readmes file, our student reference files. Thank you, Rido. This is my, I think, 3rd year with Microstream training. I'm providing this training for the 3rd year. So I keep upgrading my Spring Boot versions to the most stable and latest ones. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Swati. Thank you, Gayatri. Thank you, Olga. As you can send me your LinkedIn links, I'll see. I'll send you connections, or you can send me whatever works. Books, good books for Spring Boot. I'll say read blogs, read official documentation. That's the best way. And obviously, the more better way is to try out things. The best way, I mean. Thank you, guys. If we are good, we can end the session. Okay, before we end, we have one question from Venkat Rama. Can you please explain once again bean, autowire, and other annotations? Okay, so let me explain quickly. So in your service classes, whenever you create any service class, you use service annotation @ service. Whenever you want to inject any dependency, you use AutoWire for object creation. So it will automatically create object of whichever concrete implementing class of JPA repository it needs. So you just AutoWire the interface. Then bean, right? You want to understand bean. Bean is like what you insert through property files, the same thing it is, but through application code. So you have your configuration files also, like how you have your configurations in application.property, same way you can have configurations in files by using this configuration and this bean. So this is what it is. And then you have different annotations like controller annotation, REST controller to add prefix, post mapping, get mapping, put mapping, delete mapping, different mapping annotations and all. So Venkat, you can go through the recording once you receive it. You'll get more clear because I think I've covered all the annotations as we went through different modules of the project. All right, guys, it was a wonderful session. Thank you all for joining. If you all would allow, we can all turn on the cameras. I can take a quick snap for today and we are good. Let me start my screen recorder. Guys, everyone can turn on the cameras. I'll take a quick snapshot, like video, photo, and we'll upload it on LinkedIn. Do like, share, and let everyone know about the training so that they can leverage the same. Display one. Okay, smile. Let me just name it first here. Pick one. Okay, another one. All right, guys. Thank you. Thank you for joining today. Have a good day.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Samarth. It was a wonderful session. I've learned a lot. Still need to learn more.
Every year, I think these sessions will be there, so you can keep registering, enrolling, because I'll be upgrading the projects. And if next year the duration is more, I'll try to cover more. Like I think last year or before that, the duration was like much larger. For fundamentals, it was 2 days. For advanced, it was 2 days. So the amount of concepts covered were much more than what it was covered today. All right, guys. Thank you.